The story began with battlefield is in ruins, with countless fallen warriors. Thunder roars in the sky, and lightning flashes across the dark clouds. Someone in elegant robes steps forward, gripping a dagger that radiates dark energy. They acknowledge Qin Feng's remarkable strength, recognizing his unique abilities that allowed him to survive this deadly trial. Standing atop a pile of monstrous corpses, a heavily warrior speaks. Despite Qin Feng's extraordinary resilience, he declares his victory, claiming possession of the powerful artifact the Eye of Judgment. He clutches the sword piercing his body. Shock and pain fill his eyes as he questions the reason behind this sudden act of treachery. Qin Xiaoyu stands in the ruins, gripping a strange artifact while declaring her identity. Qin Feng calls out to her. She coldly dismisses, reminding him that he is merely an adopted child. She refuses to acknowledge their bond. Sun Fei interrupts, disapproving of her harsh words. However, Xiaoyu brushes him off. She acknowledges his presence. Sun Fei mocks Qin Feng. He thanks him sarcastically, revealing that Xiaoyu and he were able to obtain a powerful weapon thanks to his efforts. Without hesitation, he explains how he embedded the Soul Reaper sword into Qin Feng's body to drain his life force, treating it as a twisted token of gratitude. Qin Feng recalls how he raised Qin Xiaoyu in their parents' absence, protected her, and risked his life countless times. Now, he realizes he was wrong to trust her. Xiaoyu resents his control over her life and only saw him as a temporary necessity. Now that she and Song Fei have secured the artifact, she declares that he is no longer of any use. Song Fei moves in for the final blow, mocking Qin Feng. He tells him to accept his fate and die peacefully, promising to take good care of Xiaoyu in his absence. But Qin Feng refuses to surrender. He roars that he will never let them go even if it costs him his life. Song Fei stands victorious, striking down Qin Feng with finality. The year is 2025. An event known as the Forgotten Game of God descends upon humanity. People are forcibly pulled into its world while they sleep, with no escape. In this game, life itself is the only currency. Every death drains a portion of a person's lifespan, while slaying monsters replenishes it. Survival demands relentless combat, with no room for hesitation. But the game's influence does not remain confined to its realm. Players who master its rules can extract powerful skills and bring them into reality. The strongest can perform feats beyond imagination, shattering tanks, slicing through planes, and even enduring nuclear explosions with their bodies. The world fell into chaos, disasters spreading in the wake of the Forgotten Game of God. Through relentless struggle, Qin Feng and his sister survived countless hardships. Against all odds, he managed to rise, becoming one of the world's strongest. After overcoming endless dangers and pushing himself beyond his limits, he reached the pinnacle of power. Deep within the ruins of the ancient gods, he finally obtained the legendary artifact the Eye of Judgment. At last, he had the qualification to stand at the top. But just as he thought he had secured his place, betrayal struck. The one he had fought so hard to protect turned against him. In the end, the only reward for his sacrifices was the ultimate betrayal by those he loved most. Qin Feng lies beneath the rubble, bloodied and broken. He realizes that all his sacrifices, all his efforts, had only benefited others while leaving him discarded. But even in the face of death, he refuses to accept this fate. If given another chance, he swears he will no longer live for others. This time, he will live for himself. A shift in reality occurs. His consciousness fades, only to awaken in a familiar setting. As he opens his eyes, he finds himself back in bed. The city lights flicker outside his window. Confusion grips him. Could it be? Had he truly returned to the real world? Clutching his throat, expecting the pain of his wounds, but he is unharmed. He grabs his phone and stares in disbelief. The date reads 2025. He is alive. Sitting in silence, he stares out the window, processing what just happened. The city outside looks unchanged. He finally realizes the truth. He has been reborn. Sent back 9 years, to the very day the Forgotten Game of God first arrived. Before he can fully grasp the implications, a sudden force breaks his thoughts. The door bursts open with a powerful kick. As Qin Feng moves through his home, a voice interrupts him. Qin Xiaoyu barges in, demanding why he ignored her calls. On this very day, they had a major argument, one that changed everything. As expected, Xiaoyu is furious, defending her devotion to Song Fei and accusing Qin Feng of trying to keep her away. Before the game's arrival, Song Fei was a famous idol, and Xiaoyu was one of his most obsessive fans. She believed he was being wronged, viewing herself as his savior. However, beneath his charming facade, Song Fei was nothing more than a manipulative scoundrel, exploiting his fans for money and personal gain. Qin Feng had always tried to stop her from being deceived, but his efforts were in vain. Instead of gratitude, he was blamed for interfering in her life. Now, in this moment, she once again lashes out, blaming him for Song Fei's troubles and demanding money. Qin Feng, no longer willing to tolerate Qin Xiaoyu's arrogance, reacts with swift force. His strike sends her crashing to the ground. Xiaoyu, stunned and humiliated, clutches her face in disbelief. Tears well up in her eyes as she accuses him of hitting her. But Qin Feng warns her he has no interest in wasting his time arguing today. However, if she continues to provoke him, Qin Feng tosses a bundle of money to Qin Xiaoyu, making it clear that he has never relied on the wealth their parents left behind. Now, he's paying her back for everything, settling any debts between them. As he walks toward the door, he suppresses his anger for the sake of their late parents. However, he delivers a final warning: things will never be the same again. Turning back one last time, he declares that from this moment forward, she is no longer his sister. Qin Xiaoyu, still on the floor, watches him leave. Tears stream down her face. Qin Feng reflects on his past life, realizing how much he lost by dedicating himself to protecting Qin Xiaoyu. His obsession with her safety held him back from countless opportunities, hidden treasures, secret locations, and powerful adventures he abandoned. Now, things are different. He holds the sleeping pills in his hand, but this time, he sees his rebirth as a second chance. Without the burden of his past attachments, he wonders just how far he can go. Determined, he drinks the water, solidifying his resolve. This time, he will use his knowledge of the forgotten game of God to get ahead of everyone else. Qin Xiaoyu is no longer his responsibility. If she wants to survive, she will have to prove her own worth. Dark energy surrounds Qin Feng as he solidifies his final goal: Song Fei will die by his hands. No longer bound by his past mistakes, he will carve his own path and ensure his revenge. Stepping into a portal bathed in blue flames, he enters the Grand Hall of Profession Selection. The sight brings back memories of his first time here, where hesitation cost him valuable time. This time, he will not waste a single moment. In his past life, he chose the warrior class to protect Qin Xiaoyu. Though powerful, it slowed his growth and held him back. Now, with no burdens to weigh him down, he intends to select a class that will allow him to level up at an unprecedented speed. Qin Feng knows that speed and flexibility are the keys to survival. Unlike before, when he chose brute strength, this time, he prioritizes mobility. With determination, he makes his decision: he will become an assassin. A class built for swift, deadly precision. As he reaches out, blue energy surges, solidifying his choice. But before he can fully process his new path, a notification appears. The artifact, the Eye of Judgment, has already been bound to him. Suddenly, immense power erupts from within. The Eye of Judgment activates, revealing its true ability. A passive trait grants him the highest quality profession and talents upon entering the game abandoned by the gods. Qin Feng clenches his fist, feeling the surge of strength. This time, he won't just survive, he will dominate. Qin Feng realizes the Eye of Judgment has truly acknowledged him as its master. Unlike ordinary artifacts, once bound, it cannot be stolen or used by anyone else. Perhaps, it even played a role in his rebirth. Before he can process this further, dark tendrils burst forth, wrapping around him. A system notification appears: he has unlocked a hidden profession. The shadows consume his form, initiating a complete class transfer. The transformation is complete. A new path, far more powerful than he ever imagined, is now his to walk. The system announces his new identity: he has become the Shadow. Unlike the warrior class he once wielded, this is no ordinary profession. It is the highest tier hidden assassin class, granting him immense power the moment he obtains it. He recalls that hidden professions are only unlocked through sheer luck. Yet, the Eye of Judgment ensured he obtained the strongest one possible. Qin Feng's eyes gleam with realization. The artifact's authority doesn't just enhance his power, it bends fate itself. Just what kind of force is he wielding now? The system informs him that he has acquired the Authority of Judgment, a primordial power that transcends rules and order. However, without divinity, he cannot fully control it, only its passive effect is active for now. Shocked, he realizes this authority has the ability to nullify all established laws. Reflecting on his past life, Qin Feng recalls how the power of order was first discovered in the 7th year of the game abandoned by the gods. A powerful individual had escaped from the Forsaken Earth and arrived at the Land of Order, revealing its existence. However, despite the passing years, no one had managed to obtain it. Now, he understands that he has possessed a power even greater from the very beginning, the original authority that overrides all rules and order. His next goal becomes clear: escape the Earth abandoned by the gods, reach the Land of Order, and obtain divinity. Once he achieves this, he will be able to unleash the full potential of his authority. As the system finalizes his profession selection, a holographic screen appears before him, asking for his game code. Qin Feng finalizes his game identity, choosing a name that reflects his hidden strength, Shadow. The system confirms his code name, marking the beginning of his journey in the Forsaken World. He descends into the Earth abandoned by the gods, a ruined land overrun by dangerous monsters. The system warns him that these creatures are relentless, capable of ending his life at any moment. However, there is a way to survive by venturing outside the town and slaying monsters. He can gain tradable life. Yet, death comes at a cost. If he falls in battle, half of his life will be deducted, whether tradable or not. Fortunately, he arrives in Shell Town, a designated peace zone where players are safe from attacks, and the life loss rate remains stable. As he walks through the town, he notices confused players trying to make sense of their situation. Some struggle to accept reality, questioning if they were forcibly dragged into the game. Others recount mundane moments before their sudden arrival, highlighting the mysterious nature of their predicament. He knows that powerful figures from various nations will soon emerge, shaping the future of this world. If he wants to stay ahead, he must act swiftly. Time waits for no one. The townspeople eye him with curiosity, noticing the dagger in his hand. Some wonder if he is an assassin, while others compare his abilities to their own, questioning why he seems far more advanced. Suddenly, a shift in energy catches Qin Feng's attention. A bright light flashes, and several players reappear on the town's teleportation circle, groaning in pain. They realize that dying in battle sends them back to town, reinforcing the game's brutal mechanics. Meanwhile, in another part of the town, panic spreads. A group of players struggles to defeat a seemingly weak monster, only managing to reduce a fraction of its health. The realization dawns on them: one bite from the creature had drained half of their life. Fear grips them as they question how anyone is supposed to survive in this unforgiving world. Among them, a girl named Lizzie appears frustrated, while her teammates anxiously seek her guidance on their next move. Noticing Lizzie's weapon, Qin Feng quickly analyzes that she possesses a longbow, an unusual choice for archers, whose standard equipment is typically a short bow. This suggests she has a hidden profession, making her potentially more powerful than an average player. Lizzie approaches Qin Feng, recognizing his strength. She proposes forming a party, explaining that the monsters outside are too strong to fight alone. She and her team had already been wiped out once, giving them some experience in the game's brutal mechanics. Qin Feng, however, declines without hesitation, uninterested in working with others. Her team is taken aback by his response. They struggle to understand how he plans to survive alone when even their full party was overwhelmed. While some mock him for acting superior, others acknowledge his hidden profession and assassin-like abilities, suggesting that even if he can't win, he can at least escape. Lizzie examines Qin Feng's codename, scoffing at his choice of Shadow, finding it overly dramatic. Despite her mockery, she can't ignore the fact that he carries himself differently from the other players. As Qin Feng silently walks out of town towards the dangerous lands beyond, Lizzie quickly strategizes. She decides to follow him, convinced that observing his combat style could provide useful information about the monsters outside. Her team hesitates but ultimately agrees, seeing an opportunity to gather intelligence without putting themselves at risk. Rather than hoping for his success, she eagerly anticipates his downfall. Lizzie remains confident in her skills as a veteran gamer. She doesn't know why she was brought into this game, but she has already taken control of the situation by forming a team. However, their curiosity soon turns into dread. The first monster they encounter in the newbie area is nothing like what they had anticipated. A terrifying creature appears, exuding an ominous aura. The team quickly realizes that this is no ordinary enemy, it is something far beyond what a level 1 player should be able to handle. Lizzie's team watches as Qin Feng engages, analyzing his every move. They are stunned by his speed and combat style, realizing he is far superior to them. Lizzie, who initially followed him to witness his downfall, now begins to think differently. Qin Feng already sensed their intentions but remains focused on the battle ahead. Lizzie and her group continue to track Qin Feng. However, as he moves forward, his sharp instincts alert him to their presence. Lizzie feels a chill run down her spine. Did he just notice them? Before they can react, Qin Feng activates his ability. In an instant, his body distorts, shrouded in an aura of darkness. Was it a stealth skill? Could it be his profession's unique ability? The realization hits them: his class is unlike anything they've ever seen before. Seeing the dangers ahead, the group reconsiders their choices. Having already died once, their lifespans have been cut in half. They decide to return to town and explore safer options, hoping to level up or find hidden rewards instead of facing uncertain death. Meanwhile, Qin Feng, now fully hidden, observes them from the shadows. Qin Feng remains hidden in the darkness, activating his unique class abilities. His stealth far surpasses that of ordinary assassins, making him undetectable even at this low level. The latent image skill allows him to become invisible before striking, significantly increasing his attack power when he breaks stealth. Additionally, invisibility mastery extends his duration and further enhances his stealth level. He observes the players who retreated to the starting town, calling them naive. They assume staying there will provide an advantage, but in reality, the town offers no power boosts, only temporary safety. In this brutal game, the weak are nothing more than prey for monsters. However, his invisibility doesn't last long. It fades, but thanks to its quick cooldown, he can activate it again soon. This gives him a massive advantage, allowing him to strike and disappear before enemies can react. Checking his stats, he confirms the remarkable benefits of his shadow profession. Unlike his past life as a warrior, where he only received minor attribute boosts, this time he has gained an astonishing +8 to agility, making him exceptionally fast and dangerous. Qin Feng examines his status screen, noting that he has 5 extra attribute points to allocate. Unlike most players who instinctively invest in strength or spirit for better attack power, he understands that this approach is flawed. Without hesitation, he assigns all of his points to agility, pushing his speed and reaction time even further beyond normal limits. His reasoning is simple: no matter how high a player's stats are, the damage from monsters will always be overwhelming at this stage. The only way to survive is to be fast enough to avoid attacks entirely. As the energy from his new stats surges through him, his body feels lighter, more responsive. He can now strike and evade with unprecedented speed, making it nearly impossible for enemies to land a hit. This is the key to dominating in the early game: speed over power. Suddenly, a low growl echoes from the darkness. Qin Feng's sharp eyes narrow. Something is lurking nearby, watching him. A monster shriek echoes through the forest as a figure emerges from the shadows. Its glowing red eyes pierce through the darkness. This is a creeper, a level 1 monster, but its aura suggests something far more dangerous. Qin Feng narrows his eyes, instantly recognizing the creature. This is the same monster that wiped out a 4-man team earlier, devouring their life force. Despite being a low-level creature, as he carefully observes, he notices fresh wounds on its body. The previous group managed to inflict some damage before they were killed. Qin Feng moves swiftly, dodging as the creeper lunges at him. He knows that when a monster kills a player, it absorbs their lifespan, growing stronger with each kill. This particular creeper has already devoured several players, making it far more powerful than an average level 1 creature. Without hesitation, he activates his abilities. His body crackles with dark energy as he vanishes, becoming nothing but a blur in the rain. Qin Feng watches, waiting for the perfect moment. The creeper snarls, crouching low in preparation for another attack. But it's already too late. This is his advantage: absolute speed and invisibility. As Qin Feng hovers in the air, concealed by his stealth, the monster creeper looks around in confusion. Without hesitation, he strikes. Breaking out of stealth, he descends with incredible force, his blade tearing through the monster's weak spot. The impact is devastating, and the system instantly confirms his kill. The damage numbers shock even him: 174 points in a single blow. His attack had triggered multiple skills, including backstab, which doubled the damage since the enemy hadn't detected him. The synergy between his abilities makes his offensive power terrifying. As the creeper's body disintegrates, Qin Feng remains silent, analyzing the outcome. Qin Feng recalls his past experiences, remembering how, as a warrior, even a critical hit would barely deal 40 damage. Killing a single creeper had been an exhausting battle, leaving him battered and struggling for survival. But now, with his new class, things were completely different. As the creeper's body disintegrates, golden energy rises from its remains, the life force it had absorbed from the players it killed. A memory flashes before him of other players desperately clinging to their stolen lifespans, struggling to survive in this brutal world. Reaching out, Qin Feng grasps the energy. The system immediately confirms his gain 3 days of transferable life and a staggering 54 years of non-transferable life. This was the reality of this game. Life itself was a resource, and the strong took from the weak. Clenching his fist, he silently acknowledges his advantage. Unlike before, he would not struggle to survive, he would dominate. Qin Feng calculates the life lost by the defeated players. Each had sacrificed decades, adding up to over 100 years. Yet, when he absorbed the lifespan from the creeper, only 54 years transferred to him. This confirms an important rule: lifespan isn't fully recoverable once taken, making it a finite resource in this game. Just as he processes this realization, a sudden burst of energy surrounds him. The authority of judgment activates, unlocking a hidden talent: infinite evolution. A notification explains its effects. When Qin Feng kills monsters in solo mode, he has a chance to earn evolution points, which can be used to upgrade skills beyond their original limits. Unlike anything he had encountered in his past life, this ability defies the game's natural laws. He receives 5 evolution points automatically and learns that defeating a boss in solo combat will grant him even more. This discovery sparks a new idea: if his skills can evolve indefinitely, he can become far stronger than anyone else. Without hesitation, he decides to test it. Focusing on his status screen, he selects his shadow ability and backstab for an upgrade. If this truly works, he will possess a power that transcends rules and order. Qin Feng successfully upgrades his skills, consuming 4 evolution points in the process. His shadow ability advances from normal to bronze, increasing stealth duration from 12 to 16 seconds while boosting his attack power when breaking invisibility. Meanwhile, backstab enhances from poor to normal, raising its damage boost from 10% to 15%. Realizing the impact of these changes, he assesses his newfound advantage. With his invisibility mastery, his stealth duration doubles to 32 seconds, effectively allowing him near infinite invisibility. If he had possessed this skill earlier, even a full health creeper would have fallen instantly. As he moves forward, he overhears other players reacting to his performance. They are astonished that someone as unassuming as him was able to take down a monster alone. Some assume the game must be easy, while others eagerly hype up their own abilities, boasting that they could slay multiple monsters with their builds. Qin Feng senses as he notices movement nearby. Meanwhile, the boastful players remain oblivious to the danger lurking above. A monstrous figure with glowing red eyes watches them from the trees, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Unaware of the impending attack, one of the players arrogantly offers to watch over Qin Feng, mocking his solitude. Instead of engaging with them, Qin Feng activates his stealth ability. His figure dissolves into the darkness, leaving behind only traces of eerie blue energy. The clueless players laugh, assuming he was intimidated, and ran away. They remain completely unaware of the lurking predator that is about to descend upon them. A massive spider with glowing red eyes descended from the tree above. The warrior recoiled, his face filled with horror, barely managing to process what he was seeing. A system prompt identified the creature as a nurse, a level 11 boss of bronze rarity. Smaller spiders, categorized as nurse baby spider, also level 11 but common in rarity, crawled around it, reinforcing the danger of the situation. Qin Feng, hidden in the shadows, observed from a distance, noting that the nurse had around 1600 GP. It was far too powerful for new players to handle, especially with its swarm of minions under its command. This was not a fight they could win easily. Qin Feng stood firm as blue energy crackled around him. Rather than backing down from the towering spider boss, he welcomed the challenge. This was the perfect opportunity to test his newly upgraded skills. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, targeting the monster's core. The attack shattered its invisibility, forcing it into a vulnerable state. The impact sent a surge of energy through the air, cutting deep into the spider's body. The nurse let out a sharp, agonized cry as dark purple blood splattered from its wound. But Qin Feng wasn't done yet. His body flickered, leaving behind an afterimage, a technique known as latent image. Qin Feng's attack struck the nurse directly at its weak point, dealing significant damage. The monster let out a piercing shriek as dark purple blood oozed from the wound. The system displayed a notification: 338 points of damage inflicted. Despite his success, Qin Feng knew he wasn't invincible. With only 130 GP, a single mistake could be fatal. Luckily, his agility allowed him to evade major hits, though he still took minor damage, just 9 points. He found the thrill of combat exhilarating, especially after landing such a powerful strike. However, the nurse wasn't going to stay on the defensive. It moved aggressively, lashing out in retaliation. Its intelligence was evident; it wouldn't simply stand there and take hits. Qin Feng watched closely, knowing the real battle had just begun. Qin Feng observed the nurse's erratic movements, realizing it attacked indiscriminately while its smaller minions stayed on guard. Rushing in recklessly wasn't an option. However, he had a strategy in mind. Moving swiftly, he launched an attack at the monster's exposed back. The strike landed precisely on its weak point, sending a powerful shockwave through its body. The system registered another successful hit, 299 points of damage inflicted. The impact caused the monster to reel in pain. Qin Feng, however, reached for something in his hand, a new tactic forming in his mind. Qin Feng assessed his options. His primary damage output came from breaking invisibility and his enhanced skills. Even something as simple as throwing a stone could deal substantial damage if executed correctly. Waiting for latent shadow to finish its cooldown, he prepared his move. The moment it was ready, he launched the stone with precision, knowing it would trigger multiple special effects: breaking invisibility, a one-hit attack, backstab, and weak point strike. The impact was devastating. The system registered 279 damage, another successful weak point hit. The nurse shrieked in agony as dark blood splattered from the wound. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated Hide again, blending into the shadows. As soon as his stealth cooldown ended, Qin Feng wasted no time. Blue energy surged around him as he launched another decisive strike at the nurse, aiming to finish it off. A loud system notification echoed across the game world leaderboard update. In Shell Village, players were stunned as the rankings refreshed. The first player to reach level 2 was revealed. Shadow Qin Feng's in-game alias. Whispers and shock spread among the players. Defeating the bronze rank boss alone was an impossible feat for most. Many had struggled, dying multiple times to its relentless attacks. Now, Qin Feng's solo victory had drawn attention. Some players were in disbelief, questioning how someone could level up so quickly on their own. Others immediately wanted to find him, eager to learn more about the mysterious player who had just made history. News of Qin Feng's solo boss kill spread quickly, leaving players in shock. Many struggled to believe it. How could one person defeat a bronze-ranked monster when even teams had trouble fighting regular enemies? Some suspected a system error, while others dismissed it as impossible. Meanwhile, the two players who had encountered the nurse earlier realized the invisible assassin was likely responsible. But despite their curiosity, the immediate threat remained. The smaller spiders were still alive, scattering into the forest. A system message confirmed Qin Feng's victory. He earned 300 experience points, 2 evolution points, and 1 reputation point. His name was now displayed on the village leaderboard for everyone to see. However, he realized a mistake. Killing the boss first meant losing out on extra experience from the smaller enemies. Among his loot, one item stood out: a skill book, Hand of Avarice Bronze. This assassin ability allowed him to extract extra loot from monster corpses. It was an unexpected reward, one that could significantly boost his earnings in future battles. Qin Feng glanced at the skill book in his hands. Who would have thought that defeating a bronze-ranked boss would unlock such a rare ability? Qin Feng analyzed the Hand of Avarice skill, recognizing its value. With a 20% chance to acquire extra loot, it could be a game-changer for equipment upgrades and resource accumulation. He recalled a player from his past life, someone with average strength who had risen to fame solely due to this ability. However, his infinite evolution talent gave him an edge. If this skill worked in combination with his unique talent, the drop rate and loot quality could skyrocket. The potential was limitless. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the real world. Students walked through the school campus, chatting about their daily lives. Among them, Xiaoyu, frustrated, refused to apologize to her brother. She believed he was the reason they missed an important entry test, not the other way around. Her friend urged her to reconsider, reminding her that they had skipped an exam to support Song Fei. If her brother was upset, It was understandable. But Xiaoyu was firm. She saw no reason to back down. As Xiaoyu and her friend continued walking, the conversation shifted to her family. Her friend admired how well her brother treated her, but Xiaoyu quickly shut down the idea. He wasn't her real brother. She only acknowledged Song Fei as her family, making it clear she didn't want to discuss it further. When asked about the bandage on her face, Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment before brushing it off, saying she had simply fallen. Meanwhile, at school, something unusual was happening. A large crowd had gathered around a classroom, murmuring with curiosity and concern. Xiaoyu's friend noticed the commotion and pushed through to see what was going on. Inside, they found a student collapsed over his desk, completely unresponsive. Panic spread through the classroom as Zhang Wei's body began turning translucent, shocking his classmates. No one knew what was happening. Just moments ago, he had mentioned feeling sleepy, and now he was fading away. News of this strange phenomenon was already circulating online. Reports showed that people around the world were experiencing the same thing, falling asleep and entering an illusory, translucent state with no known cause. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu's friend insisted that she call her brother to warn him, but she refused. Her resentment ran deep. She wanted nothing to do with him. In her eyes, he would be better off dead. Back in the game world, Qin Feng's Hand of Avarice skill successfully evolved from bronze to gold, dramatically increasing his loot drop rate from 20% to 70%. Power surged through him as he unlocked the Hand of Avarice +2, further strengthening his assassin abilities. Qin Feng's Hand of Avarice skill activated successfully, rewarding him with 2 evolution points and 46 transferable days of life. Feeling lucky, he realized he only needed 1 more point to upgrade the skill further. If he reached Hand of Avarice +3, he could achieve 100% extra loot. Equipping himself with the corroded dagger bronze, he noted its significant attack boost and agility enhancement, preparing for the challenges ahead. However, time was of the essence. He predicted that as more people discovered the game's secrets, chaos would erupt in reality. His ultimate goal became clear: reach level 10 and accumulate enough tradable life to extract skills and gear into reality. But killing normal monsters was too slow. He needed to target stronger bosses to advance quickly. As Qin Feng moved through the forest, a sudden shout broke the silence. Someone was in danger. From atop a cliff, he spotted a group of players under attack. Below him, a terrifying level 2 bronze-grade monster, a runner, lunged at its target with razor-sharp teeth. Fireballs streaked through the air as players desperately tried to fend it off. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. A perfect opportunity had just presented itself. Qin Feng's eyes narrowed as he recognized Wang Meng, a well-known player rumored to have formed a team of 6 hidden class users in the game's early days. Wang Meng raised his shield and activated Holy Barrier, enveloping himself in a golden aura. His Sacred Shield warrior profession was far superior to standard warriors, boasting twice the base attributes and an invincible skill. A nearby mage raised her staff, summoning a fiery spell. The mage spell struck the runner, dealing significant damage. Unlike ordinary mages, this prophet-class spellcaster had double the attack power and wielded a special prophetic fireball ability. From the sidelines, Qin Feng observed the battle unfold. Each of Wang Meng's team members had a hidden profession, making them far stronger than average players. The sharp-eyed archer had twice the stats of regular archers and could fire continuous arrows. The Oracle Priest could heal an entire team at once and had double the healing power of a normal priest. With a coordinated assault, the team bombarded the runner with fire, arrows, and holy defenses, overwhelming the monster. Despite their combined efforts, the runner was too fast, dodging attacks and retaliating fiercely. Wang Meng, relying on his Sacred Shield warrior defenses, took a direct hit but managed to withstand it. The Oracle Priest quickly healed him, keeping him in the fight. However, the archer and healer struggled. Their long-range attacks weren't landing effectively. Wang Meng remained confident, believing they could wear the boss down with sustained attacks, while the healer kept him alive. Qin Feng watched with amusement. Their strategy was straightforward: survive, attack, and slowly chip away at the boss's HP. Qin Feng notes the risk: more monsters are drawn by the noise. Just as expected, 2 contaminators appear behind Wang Meng. Qin Feng identifies them immediately: level 2 monsters called contaminators, known for their dark mud-covered bodies and long-range attacks. One of the players notices the incoming threat and warns Wang Meng, rushing forward to intercept the attack. Without delay, the player strikes back at the monsters. His swift and aggressive attack surprises even Qin Feng, who silently observes. One of the players strikes a contaminator, but the damage is minimal. Its defense proves to be far higher than expected. As the monster retaliates, its body lunges forward, dripping with sludge. Nearby, 2 more players get caught in the monster's mud-based attack. The thick filth clings to their bodies, releasing a foul stench. One struggles to move, realizing their speed has dropped, and they're stuck to the ground. Another mage is caught off guard. A contaminator closes in from behind, and she panics, calling for help as the monster prepares to strike. Just as the mage is about to be attacked, a powerful strike lands on the contaminator, instantly dealing massive damage. The monster collapses before it can land a hit. Nearby players turn in shock, unable to believe what they've just seen. The monster was taken down in a single blow. One player questions if someone outside their group is helping. A contaminator that normally takes several players over 10 seconds to bring down had just been wiped out in an instant. Another contaminator is taken down with a devastating hit. The players are stunned. This was clearly another one-shot kill. Wang Meng asks if anyone saw who did it, but no one knows. Still, he urges the team to stay focused and keep pushing. With only one monster left, the remaining players press the attack. Meanwhile, Qin Feng quietly collects the rewards: experience points, an evolution point, and a rare skill book, Poison Dart. He reviews the new ability. It's an assassin skill that deals continuous poison damage from a distance. Satisfied with its power, he immediately evolves it to the silver level. While the others focus on the last enemy, Wang Meng is suddenly ambushed. A red creature pierces through his armor, dealing a critical blow. The attack lifts him off the ground, and he lets out a cry of pain as blood pours from the wound. His teammates react in panic. One of them calls out to him, while another quickly attempts a healing spell, but it's too late. The damage is too severe, and the spell fails to restore his health. Barely conscious, Wang Meng gives a final warning, urging the others to escape quickly. A high-speed projectile strikes the red monster in the head, dealing massive damage. The force of the hit shocks the nearby players as they witness its health drop drastically in an instant. Despite the hit, the creature isn't down. It roars in rage, green fluid gushing from its wounds, and launches another violent attack. The monster screams, more enraged than ever, its body leaking and trembling with fury. The monster collapses, taking heavy continuous damage from the Poison Dart skill. Qin Feng receives the full rewards for the kill: experience points, evolution points, and over 50 days of life. The damage from his Poison Dart exceeded 90%, securing him the loot. He's impressed that the skill's damage even affects class progression. With stealth and ranged poison attacks, he's confident that no early or mid-stage enemy can match him now. Meanwhile, Wang Meng sits wounded beside the fallen monster. As the loot orb appears, he's shocked by the pain he's enduring. Just as he reaches for the reward, it vanishes before his eyes, taken by someone else. Wang Meng clasps his hands and thanks the mysterious helper, though he doesn't know who it is. A voice responds, warning him not to trust people too easily in the wild. Wang Meng respectfully backs off and introduces himself. He offers future help if ever needed. Another player excitedly tries to add the mysterious helper as a friend, but they're urged to leave quickly. Hidden in the shadows, Qin Feng watches quietly. He acknowledges that Wang Meng seems dependable. With the man's official ties and wealth, Qin Feng considers using him later as a trusted sales channel for unwanted loot. Qin Feng activates the Hand of Avarice, instantly claiming loot and evolution points. He equips a new assassin gear piece: running leather leggings, boosting his defense, elemental resistance, and cooldown speed. Satisfied with his haul, he notes that this wave has yielded plenty of equipment for various classes. Once his backpack is full, he plans to return to town and trade gear for extra life. His growth rate is now far beyond what it was in his previous life. The battlefield remains chaotic, with other players still struggling against the ongoing monster threat. Suddenly, more monsters flood in, overwhelming the players. One of them shouts for everyone to retreat as the horde closes in. Some players freeze up in shock. A teammate yells at them to move, but it's already too late for hesitation. Then, a massive presence descends. A towering, otherworldly creature materializes before the players. Without warning, the creature unleashes a powerful energy surge, signaling that this battle is far from over. The creature releases a devastating barrage of attacks. Purple energy blasts rip through the players, taking several down instantly. In a flash, the survivors are transported back to the city's safe zone. One of the players vents his frustration: monsters always retreat at low health, making kills hard to secure. Another reminds him that they need to reach level 3 to escape this world, but that goal feels impossibly distant. Some suggest expanding their team size for better survival chances, but another player quickly shoots down the idea. Even larger groups have been wiped out by monster hordes. Numbers alone won't guarantee survival. One of the players warns that forming large teams isn't the solution either. A group of 40 once attracted a powerful entity called the Damned, which wiped out over 30 players in a single attack. Panic begins to spread. If they can't reach level 3, they'll remain trapped in the game forever. Since they entered by falling asleep, only their consciousness is present. If they don't escape in time, their real bodies will die from starvation. Another group reflects on how hard the game truly is. They've already died multiple times and have lost a significant portion of their tradable life. For them, failure is no longer an option. They can't afford to die again. Suddenly, attention shifts to the rankings. At the top is a mysterious player named Shadow, already at level 3 while others still struggle at level 1. The players are stunned at how fast he's progressing compared to everyone else. One player suspects that the mysterious Shadow must know a special method to level up quickly. She urges the others to find a way to connect with him. He might be their only hope of reaching level 3 and escaping the game. She even promises a reward if Shadow can help them level up. She'll give him 10 million in cash once they return to the real world. The others are shocked, but the offer is too big to ignore. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continues clearing monsters in the forest. He eliminates another contaminator and gains experience and an evolution point. With that, he finally has enough to unlock his next upgrade. Qin Feng uses his newly gathered evolution points to upgrade his skill Hand of Avarice, evolving it from Platinum to Jade. The skill now grants a significantly higher chance of extra loot from monster corpses, along with a rare chance to boost the loot's rarity. He's amazed by its potential. If this progression continues, he wonders if it could eventually guarantee rare drops every time. Suddenly, he hears heavy footsteps in the distance. Emerging through the rain is a towering cloaked in darkness. Qin Feng confirms the monster's identity. It's the Damned, a bronze-level boss. But something's different. It's absorbing life force and showing signs of evolving into a silver-level threat. It must have devoured dozens of players to grow this strong. Despite spotting a rare opportunity, Qin Feng realizes his backpack is completely full. If he fights the boss now, he won't be able to collect any loot. Instead, he marks the location on his map for later. He plans to return once the boss finishes leveling. For now, he'll head back to town, empty his inventory. News about the mysterious player Shadow starts to spread rapidly in town. People are stunned to hear that someone offered 10 million just to be leveled up by him. Frustrated players question why only the rich can afford to escape while everyone else keeps losing life. Just then, Qin Feng returns to the city. His sudden appearance turns heads. Without a word, he opens his system panel and begins to sell gear. A message flashes in the air: a limited time equipment and skills sale, only open for 10 minutes. A sudden appearance in the market stuns the players. They're shocked to see someone carrying multiple sets of bronze gear and still offering more for sale. Whispers spread fast. This mysterious player is named Shadow, known for taking down a bronze-level boss and holding the top spot on the leaderboard. Confused about why his face isn't visible, players soon realize he's using the hide face function, which keeps his in-game appearance identical to real life, adding to the mystery. A female mage steps forward, inquiring about a spell's price. Qin Feng responds with a price: 100 days of tradable life. He silently identifies the woman as Grey Rose, currently ranked 11th in Shell Village, another user of the same hide face feature. Grey Rose tries to negotiate the price, saying 100 days is too much. Qin Feng stays firm, explaining that the Ice Cone spell greatly boosts monster kill speed for mages, making the price fair. She then asks if real-world money can be used. Qin Feng tells her she can buy tradable life from others and deal with him afterward. If no one outbids her, he'll hold the item for her. After thinking for a moment, she consults her teammates. They all agree thanks to her leadership and Qin Feng's help. They've leveled up quickly. With the spell, they can progress even faster. The team decides to transfer their tradable life to her, and she promises to pay them once they return to reality. Grey Rose completes the deal, trading 100 days of life for the ice cone spell. Qin Feng estimates their team has hunted enough monsters to easily cover that amount. The trade is confirmed. His tradable life increases by 100 days. Suddenly, Lizzie approaches and calls out to him by his in-game name, Shadow. She surprises everyone by offering him a deal. Help her reach level 3, and in return, she'll pay 10 million in real cash after they exit the game. The surrounding players are shocked. Word spreads fast. Someone just offered Shadow 10 million, and it wasn't a rumor. Everyone around is left in disbelief at how easily he just earned that much. Qin Feng recognizes the woman Zhang Lai. In his past life, she led a criminal gang that was eventually destroyed by the authorities. Now, she flaunts her family background, claiming her father runs Dajong Industries and vouches for her wealth. But Qin Feng isn't interested. He recalls rumors of her using money to manipulate players, kidnapping others, and even murdering those who disobeyed her in real life. Disgusted, he rejects her offer without hesitation. Zhang Lai tries to persuade him again, offering luxury and power in return for his cooperation. Qin Feng stating that in this world, only tradable life has value. Cash means nothing. Angered by the rejection, Zhang Lai insults him and threatens that if they were in the real world, she wouldn't hold back. Qin Feng's eyes glows as he gives a warning. If Zhang Lai says one more word, he'll kill her until her life hits 0. Overwhelms everyone nearby, instantly silencing the group. Frightened, Zhang Lai and her team quickly retreat without another word. Later, Qin Feng completes another trade, selling a bronze tunic for 19 more days of tradable life. With the deal done, he closes his stall. One of the buyers celebrates, feeling stronger after the purchase. Unbeknownst to everyone, tradable life holds a hidden power. It can extract in-game skills into reality. No one realizes that this very game will soon disrupt the balance of the real world. Qin Feng activates a stealth skill, disappearing before the crowd. Onlookers are left stunned, questioning his profession and strength. Meanwhile, Zhang Lai and her group retreat, still catching their breath. Furious, she vents her anger. Not only did Shadow reject her offer, he also threatened her. She vows to find him in the real world and kill him. A player greets her casually. He introduces himself as Mao Lijun, also known as Lao Mao, and offers to help her level up in exchange for the million she had previously promised to Qin Feng. Curious, Zhang Lai questions his method. Lao Mao hints he has a trick not many know, but he's willing to share it with her out of respect. He explains that the key is to allocate all initial attribute points to agility. By doing this, their speed slightly surpasses that of the trackers, giving them a vital advantage for survival and faster leveling. Zhang Lai is surprised to learn the game mechanics favor agility over strength in early stages. Frustrated that she already used her points on strength, she quickly accepts Mao Lijun's offer, acknowledging his understanding of the system. Still desperate to level up fast, she offers 5 million to another player, asking him to take her to level 3. He agrees without hesitation. Despite not being as strong as Qin Feng, he sees no reason to turn down the money and mocks Qin Feng's earlier refusal. Meanwhile, Qin Feng is already back in the wild, swiftly moving through the forest. Qin Feng locates a powerful boss monster that's already advanced to silver rank. Surrounded by gray fog, the boss continues to grow stronger with time. Observing its progression, Qin Feng estimates it'll take several more hours to reach gold. Not wanting to wait, he readies his weapon and initiates the attack. He launches a poison dart, followed immediately by a stealth-enhanced strike, dealing a massive critical blow. The boss recoils in pain as poison damage continues to drain its health. Qin Feng activates another skill latent image, enhancing his movements with explosive speed and precision. Despite the boss being a silver rank, with much higher health than a bronze, he shows no hesitation. The boss begins to power up, summoning a large energy orb above its head, surrounded by violent purple lightning. He understands the mechanics well. 2 or 3 well-placed poison darts are all it takes. He strikes again, launching the final sequence of attacks. The boss, heavily damaged, retaliates with powerful magic-based area attacks. Qin Feng, knowing his low defense wouldn't survive a direct hit, retreats immediately after launching his poison darts. He narrowly avoids the boss's barrage by staying just outside its range. With the enemy still on a rampage, he decides to wait. His key skill, Hidden Shadow, is still on cooldown. He plans to strike again during the boss's vulnerable moment, aiming for a precise finish. As the boss begins to stagger, Qin Feng prepares for the final strike. He knows he must immediately turn invisible again to avoid the next wave of attacks. With precision and timing, he launches forward. This is the chance he's been waiting for. His stealth strike lands a massive critical hit, followed by the ongoing poison damage tearing through the boss's remaining health. The monster lets out a final scream as the damage numbers stack up. The boss begins to retreat. Qin Feng watches calmly, recognizing its desperate attempt to escape. He sees no need to rush. The boss's surrender makes his job simpler. As the monster turns away, he delivers the final blow, swift, precise, and lethal. The attack pierces through, ending the fight in a single clean strike. After killing the silver-ranked boss, the Damned, Qin Feng gains a huge reward: 1800 experience points, 4 evolution points, and levels up twice. He also earns 124 days of tradable life. Activating his skill Hand of Avarice, he boosts his rewards even further. The skill triggers successfully, granting him double the evolution points and tradable life, totaling 12 evolution points and 372 days. As a bonus, the skill's passive effect kicks in, upgrading one of the loot drops from silver to gold. He notes that this Jade-level Hand of Avarice gives a 20% chance to enhance loot quality. Qin Feng sits down to sort through his loot. With only 10 backpack slots and several items dropped, he realizes he needs more storage if he's going to keep hunting bosses efficiently. As he checks the glowing loot, something catches his attention. It's not just a regular item. Meanwhile, in another part of the game, a red-haired girl respawns and rejoices at being alive. She and her team return safely to the city, crediting Wang Meng for leading them to level 3 without any problems. One of the female players regrets not befriending a powerful player earlier. She assumes her messy appearance might have been the reason she was ignored. Hoping to change that, she decides to approach again, now wearing a clean new outfit. Suddenly, a system notification announces a leaderboard update. Qin Feng, under the name Shadow, is now ranked first, having reached level 5. Wang Meng follows in second place, with another warrior in third. The news shocks the nearby players. They're stunned by how quickly Shadow jumped from level 3 to 5. Suspecting he must have defeated a high-level boss or used advanced gear, some players start scheming, hoping to use family members to gain favor with the expert. But others quickly shut down the idea, pointing out how unlikely it is to impress someone moving at that pace. A separate group of players, just now hitting level 3, watches in disbelief. They realize the gap in strength is growing too fast, and they're worried if someone like Shadow will even give them a chance to survive. One of the players steps forward, telling the group to stop worrying about rankings for now. Their priority should be returning to reality and warning their loved ones about the game's dangerous situation. He explains that the real world may descend into chaos, so it's best to prepare their families while there's still time. The group agrees and decides to temporarily log out of the game. Back in the real world, Wang Meng wakes up in a medical facility. Still disoriented, he clutches his head as he regains consciousness. The people around him react immediately, rushing to notify their captain that Wang Meng has finally awakened. They question his condition, worried due to how he had just turned semi-transparent moments earlier. One of them insists Wang should have taken the day off and offers to handle his duties in the meantime. Wang quickly regains focus and calls for everyone to gather. He explains that something critical has happened and needs immediate attention. At the police station, another officer brings up Wang Meng's earlier report how his team of hidden professions was nearly wiped out until someone intervened. Wang confirms it. The one who saved them is known by the code name Shadow. At the time, Shadow was just level 3 like the rest of them, but shortly after the battle, he had already surged to level 5, skipping a full level in between. The officers are stunned by Shadow's rapid level jump. They speculate that he may have defeated a powerful boss and question whether this makes him the top player globally. One of them raises a new concern: if Shadow was already level 3 an hour ago, why hasn't he returned to reality like the others? They wonder if he has no family to inform. Wang Meng admits it's possible Shadow has no one. Another officer jokes, asking if Shadow could be a time traveler. That thought sparks more discussion. One officer points out how time travelers in stories are usually orphans who rise quickly. The female officer, Eniu, playfully insists her theory about Shadow being a time traveler might be true. Her lighthearted comment draws immediate criticism from her superior, who reminds her this is a serious situation and not fiction. The officer confirms that the information Wang Meng shared about the game, abandoned by God, aligns with their recent findings. New reports indicate that several elderly people have died shortly after falling asleep. After cross-referencing data from players who returned to the real world, the pattern became clear: those who died multiple times in the game had suffered real-world consequences. The conclusion is grim. If someone dies in the game, they also die in reality. The situation is declared a supernatural crisis beyond current understanding. Officials believe an unknown force may be invading through the game. In response, emergency orders are issued. Every region is tasked with forming teams to explore Abandoned by God and gather information. A professional force must be built immediately. The issue is no longer local. Governments across the world are mobilizing, recognizing the global scale of the threat. Falling behind would mean losing critical strategic ground, so every nation is competing to uncover the truth. In this effort, NU is officially appointed as the leader of Team 1. She accepts the role without hesitation. Wang is appointed as the sub-leader of the team, working alongside NU to select members for the mission. Based on Wang's assessment, Shadow seems approachable. The leadership believes NU's temperament is best suited to investigate him. The mission is clear: uncover Shadow's true identity. NU is expected to represent the government, gain Shadow's trust, and secure the crucial information he holds. Meanwhile, the rest of the force is tasked with maintaining public order as this supernatural crisis unfolds. With everyone understanding their roles, the meeting is officially adjourned. As the sun sets, a group of girls discusses the game's mechanics. One of them shares that players in the same location who fall asleep at the same time appear together in the same starting town. Another girl grows anxious about her parents, worrying they won't adapt well since they've never played games before. One friend advises caution, suggesting they strengthen themselves first, then return to assist their families. Qin Feng's surprised he hasn't reached out. She suspects his pride is holding him back from apologizing. She recalls how he used to calm her whenever she was angry. But this time, instead of comforting her, he actually hit her, something not even her parents have done. The memory still leaves her furious. Still fuming, the girl recalls how her fight with Qin Feng began. She had only skipped class to attend Song Fei's concert. Yet Qin Feng hit her during the argument, something even her parents had never done. She swears she won't forgive him unless he apologizes 1,000 times. Despite her anger, she finds comfort in the memory of the concert. Seeing her idol Song Fei up close felt like a dream, and she's glad she didn't miss the opportunity, especially now, with the chaos surrounding the game Abandoned by God. If not for that concert, she might have lost her only chance. She reminisces fondly about how close she had been to Song Fei. Tears stream down the girl's face as she confesses how much she misses Song Fei. Just as emotions overwhelm her, a realization strikes. She suddenly remembers the connection between sleep and the game world. If everyone who sleeps enters Abandoned by God, then Song Fei must be inside too. Hope lights up her face. If she logs into the game, she might be able to find him there. Qin Xiaoyu, determined to catch up, decides to consult Zhang Wei, someone who leveled up quickly and is clearly experienced. Over a message, she politely asks him for advice. Zhang Wei is surprised by her approach and takes it as a rare opportunity. He feels smug about being approached by someone he sees as proud and unreachable. He advises her to invest all her initial attribute points into agility to avoid getting overwhelmed by monsters. When she asks if that applies to magic classes as well, he explains that agility also speeds up casting time, which is helpful early on. Despite his tips, Xiaoyu still worries whether she'll be strong enough even with the right setup. Zhang Wei reassures Xiaoyu that once someone in town reaches level 5, the teleportation portal will activate. He encourages her to team up and level up quickly, promising to come get her once the portal is open. Excited by the support, Xiaoyu confidently prepares to enter the game. She feels lucky to have someone ready to help and throws aside any lingering thoughts about Qin Feng, now determined to get ahead on her own. Meanwhile, inside the game, Qin Feng is alone in a dark forest, investigating glowing orbs on the ground. As he inspects them, he discovers a rare item, the Damned Ring Gold, which boosts all attributes by +8 and adds dark resistance and weak point damage. He realizes the ring grants him the same stats someone would earn from 3 full level ups, making it an extremely valuable early game item. Qin Feng discovers another valuable reward, Instant Cut Silver, an assassin class ability. It allows the user to dash up to 15 meters, turn invisible for 5 seconds, and deliver 3 powerful slashes to enemies along the path. While it doesn't inflict weak point damage, each hit is treated as a back attack and deals 100 fixed damage. Recognizing its strength as a high-impact area skill, he immediately learns it. With evolution points still remaining, Qin Feng upgrades one of his passive skills, Hand of Avarice, increasing his chance of receiving higher-tier loot from monsters. The upgraded version, now Jade to Diamond grade, further boosts his efficiency in farming resources. He confirms that each monster kill will now yield significantly more loot, and with the remaining points, he upgrades Instant Cut to Platinum tier, boosting the damage and slash count even further. Qin Feng reviews his newly enhanced skill, Instant Cut. Though the cooldown hasn't decreased as he hoped, its invisibility duration allows him to stay hidden almost continuously. He sifts through the rest of the loot, dismissing most of it as useless. One silver-grade warrior skill book, Battle Cry, seems decent and might be worth selling later. Suddenly, he senses movement. His expression sharpens as strange noises echo through the forest. Without warning, a group of red, monstrous creatures descends from above, surrounding him in an ambush. Qin Feng identifies the monsters as level 4 assembled crawlers. Seeing this as the perfect opportunity, he decides to test out his newly enhanced skill Instant Cut. With a burst of speed and precision, he vanishes into the shadows, slashing through the enemies in a blur of blue energy. Each strike lands cleanly, dealing heavy damage and tearing through the crawlers in a matter of seconds. After the swift execution, he observes the results. Compared to his previous poison dart method, Instant Cut is far more efficient, requiring fewer hits per kill and greatly reducing the risk of mistakes. He also reflects on the transferable life points. He's accumulated 618 days so far. However, bringing any item or skill from the game into reality would require at least 900 days, making it clear he still has a long way to go. He plans to return once more to sell the items in his backpack, confident that the transferable life he'll obtain will meet the minimum for extraction. He aims to reach level 10 so he can bring skills and gear from the game into the real world. After achieving level 3, he reminds the girl of her promise and asks if she'll honor it. The girl, accompanied by others, responds confidently, giving him her number and offering to buy his tradable life days for a high price, implying her powerful company wouldn't cheat him. A man praises the blonde businesswoman, mocking a previous ally called the Shadow Guy for underestimating her. He expresses excitement to meet again in the real world. He dismisses the danger of losing lifespan through the game, claiming it's easily recoverable, and proudly states that monetizing game skills is the true smart strategy. Meanwhile, Qin Feng activates a glowing blue portal in Shell Village. Qin Feng activates the Shell Village portal and gains a reputation point. He notes that teleportation between starter villages requires both ends to be activated, and he sets up an alert for Firefly Village, recalling that Song Fei once used it in his past life. However, he sees little strategic value in teleporting between starter zones. His real goal is to reach level 10 and enter the continent abandoned by the gods. Later, he returns to town, opening a short 10-minute sale for his skills and gear, drawing attention from nearby players who recognize him as the Master of Shadows. Excitement erupts among players as Qin Feng arrives, referred to as the Grandmaster, prompting one player to reveal he saved 150 life days just for this moment. Players remember how his last item boosted someone to second place in the rankings and hope for more powerful skills. A warrior snatches up the newly released War Cry skill book for 300 transferable life days, triggering discussion about its value. One player questions the high cost, but another explains that the book doubles efficiency, making it easy to recover the spent life days. Soon, other players eagerly shout to claim gear like magic robes and enchanted shoes. Qin Feng quickly sells out all his items, earning 650 life days and bringing his total to 2174. Despite the success, he knows it's still far from enough to extract everything from the game into reality. Players who missed out beg him to return and sell more. Just then, a girl approaches, offering a rare treasure. She presents a space ring with 12 storage slots that doesn't take up equipment space, surprising Qin Feng with its incredible utility and rarity. Qin Feng explains the value of the space ring: it doesn't consume storage slots and has a rare drop rate, making it highly prized. He recalls from his past life that such rings sold for over 3,600 life days. When asked how she wants to trade it, The girl surprisingly says she doesn't want payment, only to add him as a friend, and invites him to help defeat a boss. Qin Feng accepts, and her friend request is confirmed. She describes the boss as gold level, appearing on a boat in a swamp, too distant and obscured to clearly identify. Qin Feng suspects the rundown boat might be the rare golden ghost ship, a boss known for dropping valuable items and sparking intense competition due to its low spawn rate. Since it's appearing in a starter village, it's likely at its weakest form, making this a prime opportunity. He's surprised it's been found so early and that the girl, possibly tied to Wang Meng's team, obtained a rare storage ring from it. This stirs a memory, leading him to wonder if she's the same girl connected to the legendary golden carp he once heard about in his past life. Qin Feng asks how she found the golden boss, and she explains it was by chance while wandering after re-logging in alone. This reminds him of a rumor from his past life about someone in Wang Meng's team with the golden carp's luck always discovering rare things. He used to think it was just a myth, but now realizes it's true, and she's the one. Surprised, she asks why he's staring, and he brushes it off as nothing. While they walk off together, someone is watching them from the shadows. A boastful man gathers his group, reminiscing about his past leadership and promising riches. When he hears that Qin Feng left with a girl, he mocks him as a typical newbie and rallies his men to follow. Meanwhile, Qin Feng offers to help the girl's team in the boss fight under one condition: any drops usable by them, they can keep. The rest will be his. He justifies it by pointing out that without rewards, some team members would contribute nothing. She agrees but asks if he'd sell any extra gear to her teammates at a discount, revealing her kindness and loyalty. Qin Feng tells the girl they're heading straight to fight the gold-level boss. She's shocked, visibly panicked by the idea. She points out that he's an assassin with stealth skills, while she's a mage she wouldn't stand a chance if things went wrong. Calmly, he assures her she won't need to fight and should just watch from safety. Her disbelief grows as she questions how he could take down a powerful boss alone, thinking even for someone like him. The girl is startled as Qin Feng suddenly vanishes into the shadows. Confused and worried, she calls out for him, not knowing where he went. Watching from afar, a gang of thugs assumes he abandoned her. The boss sneers, thinking she's now defenseless, and decides to move in on her, encouraging his men to follow, promising them rewards. Believing she's an easy target, they rush forward with malicious intent, mocking her vulnerability and praising their leader's cunning. Just as the thugs close in on the girl, Qin Feng, now cloaked in shadow, appears and launches a surprise assault. With precise strikes, he instantly eliminates several of them in a flash of blue energy. The system confirms he's earned 12 transactional life days from the kills. He mocks how weak they were, likening them to small monsters. Reappearing beside the girl, she demands to know where he vanished to. He calmly replies that he simply sent their followers back to the village. The girl jokes that she thought Qin Feng had gone to the bathroom, then humorously wonders how his invisibility works for such things, much to his silent annoyance. He quickly changes the subject, urging her to guide him to the boss. Meanwhile, in the game world, a new player, a girl in a purple robe, logs out into the game. She marvels at how realistic everything feels, especially the magical staff in her hands, while nearby players notice her arrival. She is thrilled to unlock the hidden class, Priestess of Life, hoping it will put her on par with Song Fei. However, she grows irritated thinking about Qin Feng, blaming him for being unreliable despite acting like a leader. She decides to move forward on her own, now confident with her new class and support from Zhang Wei. Later, she spots the leaderboard and is stunned to see Shadow, Qin Feng's alias, already at level 6, far ahead of others. Realizing how powerful he really is, she regrets siding with Zhang Wei and wonders where she can find Shadow to team up instead. Wang Meng is frustrated as he fails to contact a teammate named Oscillating with the Wind. The team urgently discusses their next step, knowing they can't proceed without a healer. One of them reminds the group that they aren't skilled enough to manage alone like top-tier players and insists they find a replacement. As they talk, a girl approaches and offers her help. She reveals that she's a Priestess of Life, a hidden class healer. Meanwhile, a ghostly ship appears in the water. Qin Feng recognizes it immediately. It's the Golden Grade ghost ship. She told to stay hidden and avoid any surprise attacks. She agrees, leaving the boss fight to the expert. Qin Feng launches himself down at full force, activating his skill at the perfect moment. He notes that the ghost ship's presence has created a rage zone, accelerating time 100-fold. Although the area rapidly drains life energy, 15 minutes here equates to 1 full day. The ghost ship is confirmed to be a level 5 entity of gold grade. A spectral boss stands aboard, and the timer begins counting down. Only 45 minutes and 25 seconds remain. Qin Feng confirms that there's a limited time to defeat special bosses, but with 45 minutes remaining, he's confident it's more than enough. He activates Instant Shadow Slash, striking the boss multiple times and dealing heavy damage. The boss retaliates with Venom Dart, but Qin Feng swiftly dodges. Qin Feng lands a critical hit on the ship using Stealth Break Strike, targeting a specific point with precision. He reveals the key difficulty of this boss. Most players don't know its weakness. Damage appears, but not from hitting the skeleton, it's from striking a hidden part of the ship. He explains the real weakness isn't the skeleton or the ship's body, but the ghost fire bell at the tip. Once it's hit, the boss triggers a powerful response. The boss begins manipulating the surrounding water and prepares a massive area of effect attack, aiming to wipe out everything nearby. A powerful water pillar strikes with extreme force. Even early-stage warriors in silver armor can barely survive it. Qin Feng notes he only dodged because his shadow class has high starting agility. After launching the AI attack, the ghost ship summons 12 decaying water ghosts, adding another layer of danger. Each summoned ghost has silver tier strength. The ghosts attack wildly, overwhelming most parties. Worse, the boss continues summoning one every 3 minutes. If not dealt with quickly, the growing number leads to full team elimination. Qin Feng stays in an invisible state. He waits patiently for the perfect moment to strike. With the right angle, he unleashes Instant Shadow Slash, wiping out multiple enemies in a single burst of damage. He follows up with Venom Dart and a critical hit. The attacks rain down without giving the boss any time to react. Watching from a distance, the priestess is stunned. She realizes this is the top-ranked shadow. His movements are so fast and lethal that the boss has already lost half its health without a chance to fight back. Qin Feng calmly tells his teammate not to interfere, stating he'll die soon and revive on his own. Confused, she questions why he would say that when he has the upper hand. She also reacts to being called Little Black, unsure what it means. Qin Feng keeps calling her Little Black despite her protests. She clarifies her name is Black Plum Big Plum, not Little Black, but gives in and accepts the nickname. Meanwhile, a man in another area curses his carelessness. Once a legend who defeated many, he now finds himself humiliated struggling against a young girl. One of the players reports to his boss that the girl is near the cliff and Qin Feng is fighting the boss solo below. The boss gathers his group, confident he can finally defeat him this time. Qin Feng targets the ship's fourth weak point, its most difficult one to deal with while still in motion. As the boss's health drops to half, the golden ghost ship activates a large-scale AI Soul Surge, flooding the area with deadly energy. Qin Feng realizes he's vulnerable, unable to move for 5 seconds, and knows he can't dodge the upcoming attack in his current state. The priestess watches in shock. Qin Feng, overwhelmed by the ghost ship's powerful soul surge, braces for impact as energy surges around him. He takes a fatal hit, losing over 1,000 HP. A message confirms his death. System notifications reveal the cost: he loses 326 years of untradable lifespan and 1087 days of tradable lifespan as a penalty for dying in the rage zone. The enemy leader mocks Qin Feng's failure, laughing and calling him arrogant for challenging a gold-tier boss solo. They notice the dropped lifespan orbs and are surprised by how much he had. The boss still has half its health left, so they decide to charge in and finish it off. They're excited at the opportunity not just to defeat the boss, but also to collect a huge amount of lifespan for themselves. Suddenly, as one of them reaches for the orb, a glowing gateway opens above. The leader looks up, confused. In the real world, frustrated players shout in disbelief. They can't understand how the boss became this powerful, or how Qin Feng managed to cut its health in half so quickly. Despite heavy losses, the enemy leader refuses to give up. He urges his team to continue, unwilling to accept defeat. Suddenly, Qin Feng appears near the lifespan orbs, surprising everyone. Qin Feng returns, and the priestess is surprised by how fast he revived. He asks about the lifespan orbs, and she explains a group of players charged in, but were wiped out by a water column. He smirks, saying they overestimated themselves. He recalls that in his previous life, he had also suffered because of this very boss. He explains that the ghost ship only uses its immobilization skill once. After that, it becomes easier unless it gets damaged while at low HP, then it may teleport, making it harder to kill. Without wasting time, Qin Feng activates Poison Dart. He strikes the ghost ship's weak point again, landing a powerful hit with precise timing. The boss retaliates, but Qin Feng continues dodging incoming attacks. He uses instant Shadow Slash, confidently stating he has already figured out the boss's attack patterns. From a distance, the rival group spots Qin Feng battling the boss again. They decide to wait for the right moment to ambush and eliminate both him and the boss. The priestess notices the enemy group returning and gets frustrated they're causing trouble again. She realizes she can't let them interfere while Qin Feng is about to finish off the boss. She begins casting a powerful lightning spell, channeling energy through her staff. Lightning strikes down on the enemies, damaging several of them and taking some by surprise. The enemy leader shouts in confusion, asking who's attacking them. One of his men points out that the mage is behind the assault. The enemy leader gets furious and orders his men to kill the priestess for interfering. She panics as they charge at her. She runs across the cliff, calling for help while the group chases after her with weapons drawn. Meanwhile, two mans quietly observe everything from behind a tree. Qin Feng reflects that the golden ghost ship is nearly defeated, but it's proven difficult even as a level 5 boss. His damage output was too low, which prolonged the battle and drew attention. A system announcement confirms that player Shadow from Shell Town becomes the first on the server to solo kill a gold grade boss, earning reputation points. Players across the map react in shock. They wonder where Shell Town is and who this incredibly strong Shadow really is. Others are stunned by his rapid growth. He had just soloed a bronze boss, and now a gold one. One girl watches quietly, thinking that if she could team up with him, she might finally catch up to her brother. The defeated boss drops a large number of valuable lifespan orbs and items. The rival group notices that Qin Feng hasn't collected the loot, assuming he's hiding with invisibility. They believe he's wary of them and plan to ambush him. One of them, Guang, is told to activate his detection skill and finish Qin Feng off. Guang summons a phantom horned eagle, a beast that can detect invisible targets. He draws his bow, preparing to launch an anti-invisibility skill. Qin Feng realizes their strategy and recognizes the beast's ability. However, he remains calm. His assassin class has a passive +1 invisibility level, meaning basic detection like this won't expose him. The group assumes Qin Feng has fled after seeing their numbers. They relax slightly, thinking he's smart for running. They decide to guard the loot. Since ownership lasts 5 minutes, they plan to wait it out before claiming everything. Unaware of the danger, they casually talk while standing near the loot, believing they're in control. Suddenly, Qin Feng strikes from the shadows with instant Shadow Slash, catching them completely off guard with a devastating ambush. Qin Feng looks around at the loot and wonders where the priestess went, deciding to find her later. He has enough evolution points and chooses to upgrade his greedy hand skill from diamond to epic before collecting the loot. The upgraded skill gives a 100% chance to upgrade loot by 1 tier, exciting him with its potential. He activates the skill, gathering all the lifespan lights in a swirling golden aura, ready to absorb them with a satisfied grin. Qin Feng activates Greedy Hand, unleashing a powerful golden energy across the forest as it gathers the loot. He gains multiple rewards, evolution points, hundreds of tradable lifespan days, and 2 rare Ghostfire Bells. The Ghostfire Bell grants powerful passives and actives preventing lifespan loss on death, increasing dropped lifespan, and stunning nearby enemies. Holding 2 doubles the effect. As Qin Feng examines the items, he hears the priestess calling for help. Realizing something's wrong, he immediately starts searching for her. He continues searching, calling out for the priestess. He suddenly hears her panicked voice, warning others not to come near. Priestess surrounded by a group of enemies making vile remarks and threatening her, trying to force her into submission. She stays defiant, clutching her staff and refusing to back down. The priestess leaps off the cliff to avoid capture, holding her staff tightly as she falls. She crashes to the ground below, motionless. One of the enemies is stunned by her resolve, quietly admitting she really went through with it. Her spirit communicates with Qin Feng, saying she's already died and returned to town. She mentions that the party's tradable lifespan is safe with Wang Meng. Qin Feng solemnly acknowledges her message and promises to deliver the loot to her soon. Qin Feng reviews his gains: 3,115 days of tradable lifespan and 21 evolution points. A prompt appears asking if he wants to keep evolving his greedy hand skill, now at epic rank. Seeing the high cost of evolution, 210 points, he decides to prioritize offensive skills instead, knowing stronger damage will help him tackle tougher bosses and earn better loot. He evolves Instant Shadow Slash, improving its range, duration, and damage output. Now, even basic slashes deal significantly more. Qin Feng explains that without stealth, he can now deal 3,000 damage, but if he performs a stealth backstab, the total burst can reach up to 6,000, making him even more lethal. Thanks to Greedy Hand, Qin Feng receives exceptional loot: 1 gold equipment, 2 platinum items, and a platinum skill book, far more than a normal drop from a gold tier boss. Among them is the Ghost Ship Dual Blades Platinum, a level 5 assassin weapon that boosts agility and deals double damage on normal attacks. Though Qin Feng relies more on skills than basic attacks, he acknowledges the weapon's high base attack, agility bonus, and armor-piercing effects, which still offer great value. He also equips Ghostfire Leather Armor Gold, which adds 90 health directly. With his current health still at 350, the armor significantly improves his survivability enough that most players can't even scratch him. Qin Feng makes his gear invisible to disguise his power and selects the classic appearance of the assassin class. He plans to prevent others from easily checking his stats and finds a final item, a skill book. He's excited to see it's a rare survival skill for assassins, though he remembers it's usually weak because dodge rate is hard to increase. It's often not worth the investment for most players. With his unique ability to evolve skills infinitely, he can raise dodge rate without sacrificing other stats. For him, it's a pure advantage. He plans to sell the leftover items at a discount or on credit through Wang Meng. He acknowledges that this massive upgrade wouldn't be possible without the help of the priestess Little Black and genuinely feels grateful. Qin Feng walks calmly through the rain when a group of players approaches. One of them recognizes him. It's the Shadow. Panic instantly sets in among the group. They break into a chaotic retreat, shoving each other and screaming in fear. Some beg not to be left behind. Qin Feng strikes swiftly with his enhanced Instant Shadow Slash, slicing through them before they can escape. The leader realizes too late that resistance is futile. The last remaining enemy begs for mercy as he flees through the forest, promising never to harm others again. Qin Feng grabs him and coldly questions if he considered the consequences when he attacked others. The man sobs, pleading not to be killed due to his short remaining lifespan. Qin Feng kills him mercilessly. The system announces that Qin Feng has received a killer status for killing too many players, meaning he will lose 75% of his lifespan if he dies. But with the Ghostfire Bell, he's unfazed, knowing he can still avoid the penalty if it happens. Qin Feng walks into town. The crowd is shocked he's returned after defeating a gold boss. Some skeptics whisper that he probably exploited the boss, assuming he didn't get any loot since he's not wearing visible gear. Qin Feng ignores them, thinking to himself that even if he dies, the Ghostfire Bell will protect his lifespan. One of the men approaches him respectfully, calling him Brother Shadow and asking him to wait. To make peace, the man offers Qin Feng an assassin skill book they bought using their own lifespan and asks him to accept it as a way to forget their past conflict. Qin Feng inspects the offered book and learns it's a control skill called Impale, which stuns enemies briefly and adds extra attack damage. He accepts the book without much expression and walks away silently, saying only one word, "Fine." Behind him, the other players whisper angrily. Some feel humiliated having to offer a gift to the very person who defeated them, but Zion Shao, the leader, calms them. He believes Qin Feng has a massive secret and is growing too fast. If they uncover his real-life identity, they could force the truth from him or even take his lifespan. Zion Shao and his men plot to use a beautiful woman to seduce and trick Qin Feng, assuming he's poor and easy to manipulate. Qin Feng meets with Big Plum, casually offering her new equipment and items in return for their agreement. Excited, Big Plum is overwhelmed by the powerful effects of the gear, especially the necklace that boosts her magic. She thanks him gratefully, but Qin Feng reminds her of their deal, asking her to hand over the space ring. She quickly agrees and complies. Big Plum shares how she found a hidden underground ruin while escaping in the forest, asking if Qin Feng is interested. Qin Feng listens closely, realizing that her tip is valuable. He thinks giving her the gold equipment was worth it to gain her trust. With a new space ring, his inventory expands to 27 slots. He decides to sell items to Wang Meng, then explore the ruin. Big Plum marks the ruin's entrance on the map, describing a stone slab she moved to enter, though she fled after hearing terrifying sounds from within. Big Plum agrees to head to the ruins and wait for Wang Meng to return. Qin Feng suddenly disappears without warning. While moving through shadows, Qin Feng decides there's no need to grind anymore since he now has access to a ruin. He recalls that beginner ruins are usually tombs, cursed ruins, or temples of faith, filled with bronze and silver tier monsters. For Qin Feng, these ruins aren't just dungeons, they're treasure troves filled with lifespan and evolution points. He arrives at the hidden entrance and descends into the underground ruins. He recalls that tombs, cursed ruins, and temples of faith are the three main types found in beginner towns. Tombs are filled with monsters and usually guarded by a gold boss. Cursed ruins hold twisted souls cursed by evil gods. Clearing cursed or faith-based ruins rewards special items or skill books. Inside, Qin Feng recognizes the symbols on the wall. He's inside a temple of faith, known for its maze-like structure and cultist monsters. Qin Feng examines the ancient murals and feels a strange familiarity with them. He realizes the temple is tied to the ancient god of judgment, the same origin as his own Eye of Judgment power. Wang Meng tries to defend himself using a glowing shield against a sudden attack, but a red creature smashes into him with overwhelming force, shattering his defense. The red monster slashes through another fighter, sending him flying. Wang Meng yells at the healer to act quickly, but she seems confused. The girl panics, not knowing how to heal him properly. Before she can react, the red monster charges at them again. The girl breaks down, screaming in fear and throwing away her staff. Her teammates return to town silently. Big Plum greets them cheerfully. She tells them Shadow isn't back yet, so they can't buy any equipment. The man angrily scolds the healer for being useless in battle, criticizing her for not dodging attacks or using her skills properly. The man yells at Big Plum, frustrated over the healer's failure. Big Plum defends her, saying it's normal for beginners to make mistakes. Another man complains that they died not just once but 3 times in less than an hour. Big Plum steps forward, saying she received powerful items from the expert and wants to join them again. She confidently declares she's strong now and believes she won't die in the dungeon again. The team leader agrees to let her join, saying her help might ensure smoother progress and maybe they'll meet expert Shadow again. The girl is scolded again. One member mocks her, blaming everything on her and claiming her only worth is her connection to expert Shadow. The girl apologizes, hiding her anger. Meanwhile, Qin Feng walks deeper into the mysterious ruin. He pauses inside the dark corridor. He discovers eerie, crying figures kneeling inside a large chamber. Devout follower of the ancient god, the judged LV. 10 tier, silver. Qin Feng uses instant shadow slash to ambush the kneeling devout followers. Despite landing a backstab, their HP barely drops. He realizes their combined health surpasses even the Golden Ghost ship's boss. The followers kneel again, facing his direction, though he's still in stealth. He suspects they're reacting to his Eye of Judgment skill. Curious, Qin Feng steps forward and calmly asks, "Do the two of you know the way? Guide me." Qin Feng realizes the devout followers are fully corrupted and have lost their sanity, now only stealing lifespan from humans. He recognizing the threat, 2 silver bosses. They try to flee, knowing even one is too much to handle. A girl from the new team is attacked and poisoned, overwhelmed by the silver tier monster's strength. Qin Feng identifies the group Grey Rose, the team of the girl who bought the spike. He notes that while they've found the ruin, none of them are strong enough to venture deeper. He is surprised by the generous loot drop, over 100 days of tradable lifespan from the 2 silver tier followers. After inspecting the temple, he finds no traps or hidden treasures and starts wondering if these were just mini-bosses. Frustrated, he decides to kill them off, ending their existence swiftly. The system rewards him with 4,000 XP, 4 evolution points, and 188 days of tradable lifespan, boosting him to level 9. Qin Feng activates his upgraded Greedy Hand skill, triggering a golden loot explosion. He celebrates the epic tier upgrade, gaining massive rewards, 32 evolution points, 1504 days of tradable lifespan, 4 gold tier, and 10 silver tier items. Among the loot is a powerful gold pendant that boosts agility, reduces cooldowns, and can summon a silver follower. Qin Feng calculates the benefits. His stealth cooldown dropped to 19. 25s, poison dart to 3, 75s, and instant shadow slash to 8, 85s. Excited, he notes that this boost will make future grinding far more efficient. Qin Feng stands in the temple center as golden light swirls around him. Suddenly, a hidden mechanism triggers from the floor. He observes it closely, realizing that clearing all the monsters activated this next stage of the dungeon. Qin Feng inspects the strange pillar that emerged from the floor. As it creaks and shifts, he realizes it's a hidden mechanism. The ground opens beneath him, revealing a descending platform. He steps on and identifies it. It's a lift leading deeper into the ruins. He reaches the end of the lift's long descent, estimating a drop of 300 to 400 meters. As he steps off, he surveys his surroundings and realizes he's entered a dark, eerie area. It's not just any room, it's the maze hidden beneath the temple. He explores the maze beneath the temple, aware that hidden traps are scattered throughout. Given his fragile build, triggering even one could be fatal. To stay safe, he uses his Pendant of the Faithful to summon a silver-tier devout follower. He commands it to scout ahead and activate any traps in his place, ensuring his own safety while progressing deeper into the maze. With the summoned lackey scouting ahead, Qin Feng safely explores the maze. He decides to evolve his dodge passive skill first to stay safe, upgrading Ghost Shadow Blur to Epic Tier, giving him a 75% dodge rate and immunity to all damage during dodge activation. He then uses the remaining points to evolve Instant Shadow Slash to Epic Tier, increasing its slash width, damage, and duration. Qin reflects that evolving higher tier skills is more efficient, as Epic Tier skills only need 10 points to reach Legendary, making rapid power growth possible. He explains that even low-tier skills can be quickly pushed to Epic by spending just a few evolution points. He evolves his stealth skill, Shadow Sneak, from Gold to Platinum, enhancing its stealth duration, attack power, and reducing cooldown. Thanks to his cooldown reduction attributes, its final cooldown becomes 3 seconds. Confident, he declares that from now on, all his skills will be Epic Tier or higher. Meanwhile, the summoned follower triggers a hidden mechanism, causing a massive stone to descend before Qin Feng. Qin Feng's summoned follower dies, forcing him to wait for the cooldown before summoning again. Aware of the maze danger, he proceeds cautiously, hoping to find valuable loot. Meanwhile, on the upper layer of the temple, members of the Grey Rose Party confirm that the two monsters have mysteriously vanished. The Grey Rose team is shocked to find their stolen lifespan gone and the Silver Bosses defeated. They speculate that only expert Shadow Qin Feng could have done it. One of them recalls seeing him communicate with the monsters and wonders if he used a mind-controlling skill. Meanwhile, Qin Feng slaughters another enemy and reaches the end of the maze after 3 hours of cautious progress. He reflects that in his past life, reaching this point would have cost hundreds of lives. He continues deeper into the maze, commanding his summoned silver-tier follower to open a mysterious stone door ahead. The follower struggles, pushing with both hands, but the door remains firmly shut. He finds the sealed stone door puzzling and tries to open it himself by pressing his hand against the surface. Suddenly, blue energy pulses and the door bursts open with a loud force, blowing wind and dust outward. Qin Feng and his follower are caught off guard by the unexpected reaction. Qin Feng cautiously steps forward and finds himself in front of a thorn-wrapped treasure chest guarded by a mysterious NPC. The chest appears locked and dangerous. The NPC, shrouded in a nun-like outfit with an eye symbol on her hat, emits a strange aura. He observes the strange NPC, baffled as all her details remain hidden behind question marks. She speaks in an unknown language, then suddenly begins glowing with golden energy. The thorns around the locked treasure chest also disappear, leaving Qin Feng even more puzzled by this mysterious encounter. Qin Feng observes the now unsealed golden chest, glowing with powerful energy. He suspects the mysterious woman is linked to the Eye of Judgment. Aware it could be trapped or a mimic, he cautiously prepares. Instead of risking himself, he orders the summoned follower to open the chest. He obtains an Epic Tier Assassin skill book, Bestowal of Mercy. Its passive greatly increases damage to weak points and doubles their hitbox size. The active skill Slit Throat applies damage over time equal to the initial strike's power. He analyzes that Slit Throat is especially powerful. A 300 damage hit would apply a 3-second debuff, dealing 300 damage per second totaling 1200 damage. Although multi-hit skills only trigger the debuff once, the burst potential is massive. He notes the skill's cooldown and effectiveness carefully. Since it's epic tier, it can be evolved to legendary. Qin Feng is thrilled this loot massively boosts his burst potential. He decides to return, planning to sell leftover loot to Wang Meng's party. He tells Little Black to relay the message while the others prepare to leave the ruins. He's still thinking about the insane value of Slit Throat, which boosts his weak point damage significantly. Upon arriving back in town, he's immediately recognized. The crowd reacts in awe at his presence. Players shout his name Shadow and rush to interact with him. Some ask to join him, others offer help or try to impress him. Qin Feng notices that teleportation gates from other towns have started activating. He prepares to head towards Song Fei's Firefly Town. As the gate powers up, the crowd is surprised by his sudden disappearance. Tension erupts in the crowd. Arguments break out over who was bothering Qin Feng, escalating into a physical fight between players. At the new location, Big Plum spots Qin Feng and calls out to him, surprised by his arrival. She excitedly announces Qin Feng's arrival. Wang Meng turns in surprise upon seeing him. Qin Feng notices something unusual and narrows his eyes. He sees Qin Xiaoyu smiling and standing with Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng questions how she managed to join Wang Meng's crew. Qin Feng remains cautious. With his identity as Shadow now widely known, he avoids using powers in public to stay safe. Back in game, Qin Xiaoyu admires Shadow's strength and hopes he could help her reunite with her brother. She looks down on Wang Meng's team in comparison. He offers gear and skill books worth 2,200 days of lifespan. Wang Meng is shocked by the cost, but Qin Feng tells him they can pay later. Grateful, Wang Meng promises that if Qin Feng ever needs help, his team will support him without hesitation. Wang Meng's team is thrilled as Qin Feng provides them with powerful gold tier gear. One player is shocked his DPS tripled, while another gets emotional after being trusted with credit. Qin Xiaoyu notices there's no equipment for priests and begins to feel overlooked. Other teammates show little sympathy. She steps forward and politely asks Qin Feng if there's any equipment meant for her priest role in the team. Qin Feng watches as she sends him a friend request under the name Little Graceful. As Qin Feng vanishes through the teleportation gate, Qin Xiaoyu and the others are left wondering where he went. Some suggest he simply didn't have any priest gear to offer, while others suspect he deliberately ignored her. Despite this, they admire his swift and mysterious exit. Unseen by the others, Qin Feng reflects quietly. He actually has gold-tier priest equipment in his inventory. He looks at the staff and skill book, but dismisses the idea of giving them to Qin Xiaoyu, questioning why he would share such valuable items with her. He knows he'll accumulate many unused items and skill books. Selling them to Wang Meng's group in bulk will save time, so he can't let Qin Xiaoyu ruin that connection. He decides to replace her quickly and recalls someone far more qualified, Little Zhu. Gu Yuxi, known in his past life, was a top-tier hidden class priest called the White Avian Priestess. Her white bird could heal and buff, and she was strong enough to solo epic bosses. Compared to her, Qin Xiaoyu is nothing. He remembers that Little Zhu is also from Firefly Town and heads toward the portal. Qin Feng decides to head to Firefly Town, intending to recruit Little Zhu as a proper priest replacement for Wang Meng's team. He activates the teleportation gate and begins his transfer. Arriving in Firefly Town, he quietly surveys the area, looking for clues or signs of Little Zhu. Elsewhere in town, a group of thugs plans to ambush someone named Song Fei out of jealousy. They're frustrated by his popularity and plan to take him down before he secures a boss kill. Qin Feng is pleased to have already discovered leads about Song Fei's whereabouts not long after arriving. He heads toward a dangerous location just outside town, Wailing Valley, an area designated for level 5 players. As he enters the zone, he notes that the monsters here are Ember Fiends and Shackleds, both high-threat enemies. Suddenly, he witnesses someone being ambushed. A fight breaks out, and one of the attackers yells furiously, threatening to kill their opponent for striking back. A massive twin-headed Emberfiend charges at the players. Chaos erupts as they scramble to dodge its fiery attacks. He observes from a distance. He identifies the Emberfiend as a silver-tier boss, but notes that the battlefield is disorganized. Amidst the confusion, players aren't just fighting the boss, they're turning on each other, intensifying the chaos. Qin Feng spots a familiar group. He's caught off guard when he recognizes someone among them. Song Fei appears confidently, surrounded by his loyal fans. One of the attackers shouts his name with fury. The man charges at Song Fei, accusing him of ambushing him and stealing his lifespan. He now seeks revenge using a powerful anti-mage skill called Lockjaw. One of the girls rushes in to protect Song Fei, calling him her Appa and blocking the attack with determination. Qin Feng watches from hiding. He remembers that in his past life, Song Fei used his popularity to convince fangirls to play as mages, then exploited them by taking their equipment and skills to quickly power up. Song Fei shouts, expressing pain for how much his followers suffer. His fans respond emotionally, insisting he's the one who works the hardest. As the fiery monster roars, Song Fei and his group begin attacking it together, declaring they'll fight for his sake. The girls scream that the monster must die for harming Song Fei, shouting that they'll follow him forever. The monster retaliates with a flaming punch towards Song Fei, who braces himself for impact. Song Fei continues attacking the burning boss with all his strength, determined to protect his followers. One of the girls falls, and Song Fei rushes to her side. She admires him deeply and pledges her loyalty, moved by his devotion. Another girl urges the group to push harder, hoping that defeating this boss will put Song Fei at the top of the rankings, surpassing even Shadow. With a burst of energy, she unleashes her magic while shouting a vow to rise alongside Song Fei and shake the world together. A powerful lightning attack strikes the flaming boss, signaling its imminent defeat. Song Fei prepares to land the final blow, excited at the idea of defeating a silver tier boss and leveling up. He doubts anyone could solo a gold tier boss. He believes Shadow must be using some kind of exploit, while Song Fei is still level 7 despite having a whole team. Shadow has climbed ahead too fast. Smirking, Song Fei dreams of surpassing Shadow and becoming the #1 in the game, finally taking the spotlight for himself. Qin Feng descends with a powerful strike, activating instant Shadow Slash as he targets Song Fei directly. The attack lands cleanly, cutting through Song Fei with precision and force, leaving him in shock and pain. His followers scream in panic as they watch Song Fei fall. The aftermath shows a screen filled with massive damage numbers and kill confirmations. Qin Feng has eliminated multiple players and the boss in a single devastating move. Players are shocked that the boss was instantly killed. One skill caused thousands of damage, far beyond what they're capable of. Qin Feng's AO attack not only defeated the boss, but also wiped out Song Fei and his entire group. Other players begin to suspect it was Shadow behind the strike. Many players cheer, saying Shadow eliminated the toxic group and did everyone a favor. They praise him and offer him the boss drops. Song Fei revives in town, stunned by the death message. He realizes he lost over 1,000 days of tradable life, and even more in untradable lifespan. His fans are confused and panicked. They question how even Song Fei could die and wonder why Shadow would target them. Some fans claim it must have been a sneak attack just to steal the silver tier boss. They label Shadow a coward for catching Song Fei off guard. Meanwhile, a new girl politely asks to join Song Fei's team. But the other girls harshly reject her, saying she's not a mage and her low DPS would hurt Song Fei's rankings. Despite the earlier defeat, Song Fei gathers his fans and tells them to stay united. He assures them that love can still make up for everything. He welcomes the new girl warmly, saying her emotional sincerity matters more than her class. He invites her to grow stronger with them. Overcome with joy, the girl breaks down in tears and confesses her love for Song Fei. More fangirls rush in to join, showing off their new skills. Each one tries to prove their worth just to earn a place beside Song Fei. Song Fei spreads his arms, calling his followers a loving family. He says anyone who wants to join is welcome. The fangirls are overwhelmed with emotion, calling him warm and gentle. They chant about staying loyal to him forever. The group gets fired up, demanding revenge on Shadow for humiliating Song Fei. They plan to trap and kill him as payback. Meanwhile, nearby players wonder what the fuss is about. One casually explains that the celebrity Song Fei just got wiped and returned from outside the town. Bystanders mock how Song Fei died despite having so many fangirls. Someone responds, reminding them his opponent was Shadow. Song Fei smugly declares he'll defeat Shadow in front of everyone and prove that assassins are no match for high-level mages. Shadow activates his evolution skill, Hand of Graceful Escape, glowing with a radiant golden aura. The system reveals Shadow used 10 evolution points to unlock a powerful buff that massively boosts his damage and weak point strike effectiveness. Shadow's skill boosts weak point targeting to 200%, effectively enlarging enemy weak spots and making most attacks deal critical damage. He checks the skill evolution tree and learns that evolving to mythical tier from legendary would require an overwhelming number of evolution points. After spending 8 more points, he unlocks the gold tier skill, Backstab Boost, increasing damage when attacking from behind by up to 40%. Shadow calmly summarizes his gains from the boss fight over 1400 days of tradable life. A rogue girl charges at Shadow with a glowing dagger, aiming for a sneak attack. She strikes fiercely, shouting for Shadow's death. Despite her aggression, every slash narrowly misses. Her attacks are completely ineffective. Confused and panicked, she questions why none of her blows are landing as Shadow vanishes from her sight. He avoids an incoming strike with swift movement, disappearing into smoke. A girl shouts from a cliff, claiming Shadow is surrounded and can't escape now. 2 enraged girls prepare to attack, channeling magic to avenge Song Fei's defeat. Shadow cloaks himself in a swirling black mist, activating his stealth skill while the barren ground glows beneath him. A girl on a cliff draws her glowing bow with sharp aim, smirking as she believes she can expose his position. As she fires, the golden sky erupts with radiant feathers and energy. A girl stands alert as glowing feathers swirl around her on the ground. Eyes wide in shock, she realizes something has been revealed. 2 fangirls yell with clenched fists, filled with rage and passion, commanding others to unleash their strongest attacks on the hidden enemy. The girl leaps forward, body glowing with intense multicolored magic beams as she prepares her full-force strike. An explosion erupts violently at the base of the cliff with flames and shockwaves bursting outward. The angry girl shouts with a clenched fist, her eyes filled with resentment. Behind her, the blue-haired girl looks surprised but agrees, nodding nervously. A ghostly bell rings ominously with glowing energy. The system describes its ability, stunning enemies within 100 meters for 3 seconds. Several girls freeze mid-motion, eyes wide and glowing blue, realizing they can't move. Black shadows wrap around 2 frozen girls' necks, their faces panicked and sweating as they struggle to breathe. Shadow unleashes a rapid shadow slash skill. His body glows with sharp blue light as shadow tendrils slice through the air violently. Victims are lifted off the ground in slow motion, their eyes wide in shock and horror. Shadow blades pierce their bodies as they begin to fall lifelessly. Song Fei peeks from behind a wall, stunned. His eyes are wide, mouth slightly open as he asks in disbelief why the girls all died at once. Before he can process what's happening, Shadow appears behind him silently. Song Fei's eyes bulge with fear as he hears a chilling voice say, "Song Fei, you're already dead?" Song Fei casts a spell while shouting "Magic Shield" with desperation. His body is tense and leaning forward, encased in a glowing circular shield. A green blade pierces his forehead, eyes wide in shock. His expression freezes in terror as blood trails down his cheek. Song Fei's body crashes to the ground, green shadow energy leaking from his wound. The assassin stands tall, calm, and silent, holding his weapon loosely. Surrounded by glowing life essence, the assassin looks down coldly and remarks, "He had over 2,000 days of lifespan on him." He stands silently in a scorched battlefield, golden soul orbs floating in the air. The burnt trees and cracked earth emphasize the aftermath of a deadly encounter. He observes the surroundings, slightly tilting his head in thought. He wonders why none of the girls have any lifespan points left. It's implied Song Fei used them all up. Back in town, Song Fei cries out in anger and frustration, clutching his glowing hands. His face is twisted in panic and disbelief as he realizes his 2,000 days of lifespan were reduced to only 500 after the assassin's strike. Others around him look shocked. The assassin tracking girl defends herself with a distressed expression, saying she used her skill but only found one teammate. The other girl yells in frustration, fists clenched, suggesting the assassin's stealth skill must be of a higher level than theirs. Song Fei speaks seriously while walking through a busy town. He frowns, concerned about how to defend against Shadow, whose stealth ability is flawless. His follower nervously admits his detection skill is only level 1, meaning he can't see someone with a higher stealth level. Song Fei, with a flustered blush and anxious eyes, he nervously touches his face while wondering if the assassin might be jealous of his stunning appearance and could come back to kill him again. He rallies his fanatical followers, who raise their staffs high in a fiery show of devotion. He declares that, for everyone's safety, they'll relocate to level up elsewhere. Meanwhile, Shadow quietly teleports into the peaceful outskirts of another part of the city. He stands calmly in a golden-lit plaza, slightly confused. He wonders where Song Fei and his group have gone. Perhaps they logged off or moved towns. A startled man suddenly rushes up to Shadow, eyes wide in shock and respect. He asks urgently if the person before him is truly Shadow-sama. Pointing anxiously, the man tells Shadow where Song Fei went, begging him to kill him. However, he pleads for one thing: spare his girlfriend, a female hunter named Fei Bayar. Shadow coldly suggests he get a new girlfriend. The man falls to his knees beside a glowing black teleportation portal. Desperate, he begs again not to lose the girl he just found. His hands tremble while Shadow silently prepares to vanish, with cool blue and black energy swirling around. Shadow walks alone through a glowing city plaza. A desperate man pleads behind him, begging for help. Shadow calmly thinks to himself that underground searching takes too much time unless he finds someone specific. Gu Yixu. Shadow suddenly halts. His eyes widen slightly as a girl with long braided hair and a black robe appears. She holds her staff firmly, and a small bird rests on her hand. Shadow approaches her from behind, politely calling out, "Beauty, can I ask a favor?" Gu Yixu turns in surprise, recognizing him and asking, "Are you Shadow?" He offers a glowing golden staff to Gu Yixu, asking her to help locate Song Fei using her class's wide-range search ability. She is surprised and intrigued, staring at the staff with awe. She smiles brightly, her eyes sparkling behind her glasses. She asks who told him she could search such a wide area, but clearly wants the staff. Shadow ignores the question and pushes the trade, saying, "Do you want this golden weapon or not?" She turns around, clutching the staff eagerly. Shadow mentions he's fine with a lower offer, sealing the deal. She agrees to the trade, happy with the discounted price. A glowing, trade successful message appears. Yixu hugs the staff happily, grinning and whispering with joy, "Yay, a golden tier staff." Gu Yixu smiles brightly as Shadow gently flicks her forehead. Shadow sternly tells her to get to work. She nods with determination and runs off, staff in hand, while a small owl follows her. Yixu walks away, thinking about Shadow. She feels an odd sense of warmth despite meeting him for the first time. She wonders aloud if he might be her friend King Fei in disguise, since he somehow knew her enemy. Turning around suddenly, Gu Yixu suspiciously questions Shadow directly, "Wait, are you King Fei?" Gu Yixu raises her staff and releases her owl familiar into the sky, commanding it to go. The golden sky glows behind her. Shadow turns his head slightly and casually mutters, "Like I care." The owl flies high above a red-roofed town, scanning the vast landscape until it locks onto a distant valley. The owl's vision zooms in the valley. Gu Yixu excitedly exclaims, "I found Song Fei." The owl returns and signals it has located Song Fei. Coordinates are provided, but there's uncertainty whether the target will remain in place. Shadow tells the girl to add him as a friend and keep him updated on Song Fei's movements. She asks how long it will take. Without answering directly, Shadow dashes off at high speed through a canyon, determined to reach the target quickly. Shadow suddenly narrows his eyes, sensing something. He halts beside a large tree. He inspects the tree closely, asking if there are any other similar trees nearby. The observer scans the area and confirms there are 2 more trees of the same type, each located about 100 meters ahead and to the left. Shadow marks the tree with a glowing slash. He draws a second glowing symbol onto another tree, as someone observing wonders about its meaning. He finishes a third marking with a circular flame emblem. A sudden burst of light shoots into the sky from the marked trees. Shadow stands before a glowing emerald-colored treasure and laughs, revealing it's a rare grade loot chest. He is surprised that he found an ancient divine blessing so early in the beginner village and even opened a treasure chest. He explains that the area likely contains a hidden rune pattern. These usually trigger when specific symbols are drawn on marked trees. He realizes the treasure chest contains rare tradable lifespan equivalent to tens of thousands in real money value. The flying scout bird rushes to record Shadow's rune gestures before it forgets, thinking it could be very profitable intel. He opens the jade chest and obtains a special ability called Blooming Curse. He's curious about what kind of skill it is. The skill description explains, if used on a corpse within 15 seconds of death, a curse flower will bloom and extract all tradable lifespan from the target. He smirks and realizes the skill is powerful. It ensures any future kill allows him to drain full tradable life by planting this flower on the enemy's corpse. He declares that Song Fei's lucky days are over. He plans to ambush and eliminate him permanently using this deadly combo. The group launches a coordinated magic attack, killing a flaming wolf monster. Everyone relaxes as the threat is eliminated. They believe Shadow won't pursue them this far. Song Fei grins confidently, complaining that Shadow stole his silver tier boss and killed him twice. He swears to get revenge later. With a sinister look, Song Fei vows to grind levels here and come back stronger to settle the score with Shadow. A girl spots a group fighting a boss monster nearby and excitedly points it out to Song Fei. Song Fei and the others recognize the group. They're shocked to see fans of New Jayaki among them. In a jealous frenzy, Song Fei's followers scream to charge in, determined to stop them from helping Jayaki climb the ranks. Jayaki's group is happy to see backup arriving, unaware it's a hostile ambush disguised as allies. The chubby girl violently punches the male healer in the face, catching him completely off guard. With blood flying, he's slammed into the ground as the attacker jumps down with terrifying force. His teammates cry out in shock, demanding to know why they're being attacked and if the girls have gone insane. Covered in dark aura, the girls coldly declare this is the fate of anyone who sides with New Jayaki. The confused girl shouts that she doesn't know anyone named New Jayaki and has no idea what they're talking about. Suddenly, a magical spike pierces straight through her mouth, shocking everyone around. Misha is horrified as the attack kills their comrade right in front of her. The vengeful girls shout slogans about rising as queens and wiping out anything associated with New Jayaki. The lizard monster lifts its arms in panic as a barrage of explosive spells rains down from above. In a dramatic vertical blast, the girls scream their battle cries and launch a massive magical strike, saying it's all for their brother. The man floats mid-air with glowing orbs beneath him, emotionally thanking his beloved family for their support. The girls cheerfully scream in unison, saying there's no need to thank them wherever they go. Their heart's Shadow spots a glowing ritual circle in the distance and approaches silently from a cliff. He activates his stealth ability, surrounded by swirling black and blue energy. The energy spirals into the ground, back at the ritual site. Song Fei's followers react with shock as Song Fei suddenly senses something and turns alertly. He is struck through the chest by a stealthy blue attack. His eyes widen in shock as life drains from him. His sister screams in horror and sorrow, crying out to her fallen brother. Shadow Assassin appears behind Song Fei's corpse, revealing himself to the crowd, who stare in disbelief. With glowing eyes, the assassin activates Flower Curse again, absorbing Song Fei's remaining tradable lifespan. A glowing red curse flower blooms from Song Fei's corpse as the assassin channels the Flower Curse to drain his lifespan. His followers scream in shock and horror as red energy tendrils surge toward them, their faces twisting in panic and disbelief. Song Fei collapses in a magic circle, panicking as an unseen force drains his energy. He screams angrily, asking why the assassin keeps targeting him, accusing him of being jealous. He kneels on the floor, blaming himself for the assassin coming to this town, confused about why the girls being fans matters. He's horrified to see his tradable lifespan drop below 400 days and still decreasing, unable to comprehend the lasting curse. He collapses again inside a glowing ritual circle as the girls channel energy around him. One girl warns that something's wrong, his corpse is showing signs of a red flower blooming. Song Fei panics, realizing the flower is draining his tradable lifespan as numbers tick down rapidly. Terrified of losing everything, he tells everyone to log out and regroup later after buying new gear and lifespan. He vows revenge, declaring he spent 2.5 years training, and will use money to kill the Shadow Man. Red cursed flowers bloom everywhere, symbolizing the draining of lifespan across the battlefield. Shadow absorbs lifespan from multiple corpses around him, glowing with golden energy. A system message warns that due to excessive player kills, he has lost nearly all his life, yet he calmly notes that he's gained over 1,000 days and guesses the survivors must have logged out. The owl flies through the sky in silence. Gu Yixu, shocked by the destruction, realizes this is the true power of the second-ranked player, Shadow. She asks if Song Fei has logged out. The Shadow confirms both he and his fans are offline now, and instructs her to alert him if they return. As she asks to leave, Shadow casually offers her a golden rank priest skill scroll, Holy Healing Sword, asking if she's interested. She happily agrees to wait in the nearby town while the Shadow prepares the skill scroll. Inside the shop, the Shadow offers her a golden rank scroll for half the price in exchange for a favor. The girl gets nervous, but the Shadow clarifies he wants her to join a party as their long-term healer. She agrees, but warns that if the team is too weak, she'll complain directly to the Shadow. Shadow confirms Gu Yixu team is decent, and Gu Yixu says she'll contact them immediately. Meanwhile, Wang Meng lands a powerful finishing blow on a green monster. He breathes a sigh of relief, shouting that he finally took it down. Suddenly poisoned, he desperately begs the healer for a cure, saying he can't hold on much longer. The girl gets excited, saying she finally remembers the healing spell and prepares to cast it. She confidently fires the spell at the poisoned warrior, calling out the name Cleanse. The spell hits just not where it should. Wang Meng looks shocked, while a teammate stands silently. Blushing and nervous, the healer apologizes for missing the target. Wang Meng collapses dramatically as the healer's spell misses again, and the team screams in panic. The healer walks back into town while others regroup and discuss future plans. Wang Meng thinks to himself that they must replace the healer and wonders where to find a better one. Meanwhile, the girl happily levels up and believes she's improving fast and will soon be strong enough to meet Song Fei again. Shadow recommends a strong hidden class owl priest to the team, asking if they're interested in recruiting her. The leader agrees immediately, trusting the recommender's word and saying they'll go meet her at the small town to team up. The girl meets the leader happily, but he hesitates and avoids eye contact. The leader coldly tells her they're heading to a higher level area and her current level is too low, so they won't take her along. The girl nervously tries to convince them she's still capable enough to join, but the team quickly rushes off, telling her there's no time and she should stay safe. She realizes they used a fake excuse just to leave her behind and angrily decides she'll prove herself. She runs off determined, saying she'll go find Shadow to team up with him instead. The girl receives 800 days of lifespan in return for past help and equipment, and hands the remaining share to the black-hooded man. Wang Meng wonders if the person mentioned is NU, and Shadow confirms it's time to meet. NU suddenly appears with confidence, shouting that she's here. Shadow is surprised it really is NU, the hidden job class Dragon Swordsman, and a former global top 20 player. NU introduces herself and praises Shadow as one of the top pillars of the Eastern faction. She shakes his hand with confidence. She asks about his incredible speed and jokes that he might be someone reborn or from another world. Shadow receives 500 more days of lifespan, realizing NU must have bought a large amount on behalf of Zhonghai officials. NU assures him that all official survival tokens are with her, and she won't be a threat. She also requests any extra gear he has, saying they'll accept everything. Shadow assures them he's not short-sighted. Working together is the only way both sides can win. NU praises him for being wise and clever. Shadow thinks to himself that every word from NU was a test. She's calm on the surface, but incredibly sharp and resourceful. He internally notes that as someone connected to the Xia Kingdom's officials, she will save him a lot of effort. Kai's female friend stares at her phone in shock, shouting in panic. She just read an official announcement that stuns her. Every bit of lifespan in the God-forbidden game is real. If a player's life hits 0, they will die in real life too. Another girl, furious, yells out in disbelief. She thought it was just a game, but now realizes she traded all her transferable lifespan to her crush Na Fei. A third girl, filled with dread, looks at her glowing phone. She screams that she only has a few years of life left. The fourth girl recalls having killed many other players, which gave her a killer status. That means every time she dies, her lifespan drops double. After dying 3 times, she realizes she now has only a few years left too. Another girl, panicked, realizes her game role being a frontline tank mage caused her to die multiple times while also killing many players. Now, she's shocked to discover she only has 1 day of lifespan left. She stares at her phone in disbelief, unable to accept that losing all lifespan means real death. She repeatedly denies the truth, trying to convince herself it's all fake. Suddenly, she sees breaking news: Na Fei is buying up lifespan. She jumps up, determined to find Na Fei, certain he'll save her. She decides to fully gear up in Na Fei-themed support clothing. She even tosses on the latest fan-made Na Fei ultra-thin anti-leak set, convinced it'll help win his favor. Wearing a flashy red dress adorned with Na Fei's face, the girl poses confidently, striking a dramatic, love-struck stance. Excitedly rushing off, she shouts that she's coming to see Na Fei, convinced he'll save her. Meanwhile, a different girl wakes up in her room. She questions whether she's back in the real world, still unsure of what's real or a dream. Checking her phone, her eyes widen with shock. She realizes that at the current market rate, 1 day of lifespan sells for 15,000. With 200 days in hand, she instantly understands she's now a millionaire. The girl's eyes widen in absolute shock as she reads the news on her phone. The announcement hits hard. Na Fei, the one collecting lifespans, was killed 3 times by the Shadow Clan. Tears stream down her face as she covers her mouth, trembling. Still crying, she recalls how Na Fei had warned her that if someone's lifespan hits 0 in the game, they'll actually die in the real world. Even with 100 years of untradeable lifespan, dying 3 times left him with barely 12 years. She breaks down, calling his name in disbelief and pain. Sitting alone in bed, she wonders why the Shadow Clan targeted Na Fei and managed to kill him 3 times despite heavy resistance. She trembles, terrified by how overwhelmingly powerful the attacker must be. Suddenly, a broadcast from a familiar fangirl pops up on her phone. She urgently calls on all Na Fei supporters, especially those in Zhonghai City, to help him by selling their tradable lifespan. The fan announces Na Fei is currently at Dajong Plaza, where he's purchasing lifespan at a 1:10,000 ratio. She encourages everyone to act quickly, claiming this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to get rich and help their beloved Na Fei. The girl messages and is stunned to learn Na Fei is nearby. Determined not to watch him lose his life, she rushes out, fully intent on going to Dajong Plaza to help him. The girl runs at full speed through the hallway, relieved that the foolish players who targeted her ended up giving her over 200 days of tradable lifespan. Meanwhile, a giant red monster is violently struck and ripped apart by a sharp slash, its body exploding mid-air. Shadow stands at the center of a fierce fight, surrounded by crabs, beasts, and glowing attacks. A system notification flashes. Congratulations, you've reached level 10. Shadow stands tall, gaining stat boosts and unlocking a new class. He is now recognized as the first Shadow player to reach this level, triggering server-wide announcements. A system-wide announcement flashes. Player Shadow has become the first in the world to reach level 10. Nearby players are stunned and murmur among themselves, realizing that the mysterious top player is once again Shadow. 2 other players, anxious, talk about how terrifying Shadow has become. One of them mentions hearing that Shadow recently eliminated a minor celebrity multiple times in a row. Elsewhere, a bearded player is shocked to learn that Shadow is actually from Daxia, China. Frustrated, he wonders how Shadow reached level 10 so fast, while even his rare class is only at level 8. He questions why none of their won. 5 billion players can match Shadow's progress. Meanwhile, Shadow stands calmly by the ocean, reviewing his stats. Despite having over 7,000 days of tradable lifespan, he mutters that it's still not enough. His new ability, Backstab Enhancement, boosts rear attacks by 40–50%, and his stats have now fully shifted after using 13 stat points. To leave the starting town and access the Ruins continent, 7 level 10 players must activate the teleportation gate. Unfortunately, the second highest player is only level 7. He realizes he must wait a bit longer. Gazing at the ocean, Shadow calmly notes that the delay works in his favor. He can return to the real world to handle a certain unresolved matter. His digital form begins to dissipate into particles, vanishing from the beach as he initiates the logout process. Back in the real world, Qin Feng now lies motionless on a bed, eyes closed, as if awakening from deep immersion. Lying still with glowing eyes, he receives a system prompt asking if he wants to burn tradable lifespan to bring in-game powers into the real world. Sitting up, he confirms without hesitation. A system interface appears in front of him, listing 5 options: extract class and level, equipment, skills, bloodline locked, and divinity locked. He chooses to extract his class, instantly consuming 1,000 days of tradable lifespan. A surge of energy envelops him as he gains the Shadow hidden class along with significant stat boosts. Next, he spends another 2,000 days of lifespan to extract 2 levels, raising his real-world level to 3 and boosting all his stats once more. His transformation into a real-world powerhouse begins. He stands and prepares for the next step, extracting his skills into the real world. He taps the floating screen with focus. He explains that the higher the skills tier, the more lifespan it consumes to extract. Surprisingly, the cost is based on the skill's original tier, not its upgraded version. Luckily, his Shadow Step skill only requires 900 days, yet grants platinum level strength in reality. Qin Feng burns 900 days for the platinum tier skill Shadow Step, and another 2,262 days for the silver tier skill Blue Soar Flash. With just 1,292 days left, he realizes he can't extract more abilities, but getting high-tier skills at base cost was extremely efficient. His hands tighten into fists, glowing with new energy. He assesses his new physical stats. His body now possesses twice the baseline human strength, and his agility has reached 32 points, exceeding natural human limits. Combined with his teleporting dagger skill, he now has enough power to take down Nafei. He checks his phone and learns that Nafei is currently buying life spans at Dajeng Plaza, likely planning to act after the next game update. The plaza is just 7–8 kilometers away, and with his current speed, he estimates it'll take him just over 10 minutes to get there. Just then, his phone vibrates with an incoming call. The name Hu Kimin flashes on the screen, a notorious supervisor from his former company. As he reads the message, he realizes it's filled with arrogance and threats, demanding an immediate response or face consequences. Without hesitation, he coldly swipes his phone, muttering "scum" as he blacklists the caller. With the call dealt with, his body begins to phase into a shadow. As his glowing eyes pierce through the darkness, he calmly states that people will soon realize the truth, what the real godforsaken game actually is. The crowd is packed, and the stage is lit with glowing purple lights. In the crowd, excited fans scream with joy. They chant the name Song Fei, the person everyone seems to be obsessed with. As the lights brighten, the chant grows louder. People raise their hands toward the stage, overwhelmed with admiration, shouting Song Fei's name repeatedly. Finally, the spotlight reveals 2 individuals seated on stage in grand chairs. The cheers don't stop. Everyone is focused on the man in the left chair. The woman seated beside Song Fei asks if it's true that he was ambushed and killed 3 times in the godforsaken game. She assures him not to worry, her people are already investigating the true identity behind the shadow assassin. Song Fei responds calmly, asking for an update on the investigation's progress. She reveals that her team has already contacted someone in a small town called Firebud. They're about to offer him a deal too tempting to refuse. She smirks, saying that once he shows up to take the money. With a sly smile, she finishes her thought: once the target arrives, they'll ambush him, and Song Fei will have the chance to take revenge personally. Song Fei reminds the woman to inform him when the plan is set. He then shifts the topic, mentioning he heard her company, Dajang Industries, is already using this method to control players and force them to work for free. She dismisses it, saying the players they've captured are weak and barely offer any lifespan. Then she praises Song Fei, noting that many women willingly give up their lifespans for him, some even ready to die for him. Song Fei sits back confidently, smirking with pride as if to say, "Of course they do." Suddenly, someone rushes to the stage from the crowd, shouting at everyone. He warns them not to blindly sell their lifespan to others and asks if they've even seen the official warning that was just released. A man on stage shouts in alarm, revealing to the crowd that if your lifespan hits 0 in the game, you'll die in real life too. He accuses Song Fei directly, calling him out for manipulating his fans. Despite knowing how dangerous lifespan is, Song Fei is still buying it en masse through brainwashing. The man declares that this is a crime against humanity and urges the crowd to hold Song Fei accountable. Song Fei leans back. He mutters to himself that someone finally came to cause trouble just as expected. He calmly gets up and addresses the crowd. Introducing himself as Song Fei, he pretends to acknowledge the public concern. He states that while buying lifespan, he used some public resources, which caused inconvenience to others, and offers an insincere apology. A girl in the crowd shouts emotionally, rallying others. She insists that Song Fei doesn't need to apologize because he hasn't done anything wrong. Song Fei holds the mic with sincerity and expresses gratitude for the overwhelming support and love from his fans. He urges everyone to channel their admiration in a healthy and positive direction. He explains that while the nation is affected by the godforsaken game, he's been actively cooperating with the authorities and doing his best in-game. He justifies using his personal wealth to buy lifespan in hopes of becoming a role model, a positive influence worth admiring. Tearing up, Song Fei continues his heartfelt speech. He says his real goal was to give back to fans and help them find meaning and happiness through the game. But he never imagined it would cause them so much trouble. As Song Fei begins to apologize sincerely to the audience, saying he never meant to trouble anyone, some fans tear up emotionally. One girl cries out that he doesn't need to apologize, he did nothing wrong. The crowd becomes overwhelmed by emotion. Fans scream out in admiration, calling him gentle and selfless. A heated argument breaks out. Supporters of Song Fei shout at the man who tried to expose him, calling him names and defending their idol fiercely. They insist they volunteered to help Song Fei and accuse the critic of being disrespectful. Another fan screams passionately, warning others not to believe the false rumors and outside propaganda. A fan storms the stage and yells angrily at the doubters. She insists that only idiots would believe the game could affect real-life lifespan and fiercely defends Song Fei. She passionately declares she has died the most for Song Fei in the game, and even if she has only 1 day of lifespan left, she's proud to stand there for him. She adds that anyone who isn't ready to die for Song Fei doesn't deserve to say they love him. Her emotional outburst wins the crowd over. Fans start crying and cheering. They agree with her, shouting things like, "You're right," and "Song Fei, I love you." In a frenzy of loyalty, fans start offering their own remaining lifespan to Song Fei. One shouts they'll give 20 days, another says 17, someone else offers 3. The crowd erupts in offers of self-sacrifice, showing just how far they're willing to go for their idol. On stage, Song Fei opens his arms and declares that he's overwhelmed by the fans' passion. With a big smile, he shouts back that he loves them too, sending the crowd into another frenzy. He turns to the fan who stormed the stage earlier and gently acknowledges her. He says her support truly moves him and thanks her personally. The fan, overwhelmed and in tears, gazes at Song Fei with deep affection. She confesses that if she could keep looking at him like this, she'd willingly give her life for him at any moment. Song Fei, deeply touched, tears up as he looks at her. Suddenly, a sharp beam of energy shoots through the air toward the stage. Song Fei stands frozen, while the devoted fan continues walking toward him. Gasps echo through the crowd as everyone's expressions shift from joy to horror. Among them, even Song Fei's partner and the audience are visibly stunned. The energy blast strikes Song Fei in the head. His eyes widen in disbelief as the impact hits. The crowd watches in shock as Song Fei collapses forward, falling into the arms of the very fan who adored him most. The fan looks up in horror, speechless, as Song Fei collapses in her arms. Song Fei's assistant rushes forward, screaming his name in panic. The crowd begins to realize what's happened. Panic spreads as they shout out in confusion, asking what's wrong with Song Fei. A scream cuts through the noise. Song Fei is dead. The crowd erupts in hysteria. A bodyguard immediately takes charge, yelling that there's danger. He orders the team to protect the young lady and evacuate her from the area. The crowd descends into panic. People cry and shout, urging each other to run. The fear spreads quickly, and everyone rushes to escape. Song Fei's assistant shouts with urgency. She saw a life force orb appear over Song Fei's body right after he died. But then, that orb suddenly vanished. She concludes someone must have taken it. She puts the pieces together and realizes the assassination and the disappearance of Song Fei's lifespan orb were skills from the godforsaken game. Shocked, she questions how someone could use in-game abilities in the real world. But in her mind, only one person is capable of such a feat. Just as the assistant tries to reveal the identity of the killer, a deadly beam of energy strikes her from above, piercing straight through her body before she can finish her sentence. Her eyes widen in terror as the attack lands. Her guards shout in shock, screaming her name. In the distance, a Qin Feng stands in the dispersing crowd, surrounded by blue lightning. Qin Feng attacker is finally visible, calm, and completely enveloped in swirling energy. As the sun sets over the towering city skyline, a shocking report breaks out. Celebrity Song Fei has been found dead in Dajong Square. One of Song Fei's obsessive fans sacrifices herself in a twisted ritual, believing she can inherit his life by fusing with his corpse. The police confirm that Song Fei died due to supernatural powers. The evil sister read the news on their phone, shocked. She breaks down in disbelief, tears streaming as she recalls how they had just attended Song Fei's concert the day before. The other girl begins connecting the dots, mentioning stealth and teleportation abilities seen in the game Divine Abandon. She suspects a player named Shadow might be behind Song Fei's death, referencing his repeated in-game kills of Song Fei. Still shaken, the evil sister questions how game abilities could appear in real life. The idea that fiction is crossing into reality leaves both of them stunned and speechless. Sitting silently, she replays it all in her mind. The abilities match too well: stealth, teleportation, classic assassin traits. With growing certainty, she concludes the killer must be Shadow. As the taxi moves through the city, the girl mourns deeply. Her world has lost its light ever since Shadow killed her brother. But the pain soon transforms into determination. She resolves to get close to Shadow, no matter what it takes. Her goal is clear: she must become stronger, strong enough to confront him. When they arrive, her friend calls out to her in concern. But the evil woman stands firm, declaring that from this day on, her life has only one purpose. Her eyes burn with vengeance as she vows to kill Shadow and avenge her brother Song Fei, no matter the cost. Qin Feng calmly enjoys a bowl of noodles outside a restaurant. As he eats, he reflects that even while in a so-called invincible state during the Divine Abandon game, energy still depletes in the real world. He still needs food to refuel. Suddenly, his phone vibrates on the table, interrupting his meal. He checks the notification. It's from his workplace, warning him that he's on the verge of getting fired if he doesn't return soon. With a sigh, he mutters the name, Yang Zioya. Qin Feng receives a message about a girl with a gentle nature who often gets taken advantage of. In his past life, she was also part of his guild. Instead of working, he decides to enter the Divine Abandon game again. A conversation in the game chat reveals that many players are running out of lifespan quickly. Qin Feng is advised to boost agility at the start, and when asked how much time he has left, he responds that nearly all of it has already been used up. Hu Pengzi gets scolded by his boss Qian Shishi, the daughter of a powerful corporation's chairman. She has a notorious history of targeting men, even causing scandals with foreign businessmen, and now has her sights set on Qin Feng. In the game's previous cycle, Qian Shishi didn't just act arrogantly, she moved to North America and built one of the top 3 guilds there, constantly opposing Daxia and creating countless problems for his guild. Qin Feng narrows his eyes, realizing that if he wants to stop Qian Shishi from founding a major enemy guild in North America, he must act before she leaves the country. If she dies, the Elysian's guild might never form. He recalls rumors that many top contributors to the Elysian Guild were romantically tied to her. Removing her would sever those connections and collapse the guild's foundation. Suddenly, his phone buzzes. The caller is Zioyu. Qin Feng answers casually, surprised to be contacted. Zioyu, on the other end, mocks him for not being dead in the game. She announces she's made enough money to buy her own place and no longer needs his help. Qin Feng casually ends the call with Zioyu. She emotionally declares that she wants to cut all ties with him. Unbothered, he responds with a simple okay before putting his phone away. Finishing his meal, Qin Feng gets up and prepares to leave. He knows he must return and continue leveling up. Soon, players will reach level 10, and when they realize that powers can manifest in the real world, everything will change. Looking at the skyline filled with birds, Qin Feng mutters to himself, once that happens, the world will never know peace again. While walking through a European-style town, Zioyu's friend questions whether cutting ties with her brother was too harsh. But Zioyu refuses to apologize, stating she sold her game lifespan to Qian Corporation for 2 million and has no regrets. Proud of her decision, Zioyu boasts she even bought a house for herself and her mother. She's confident that once she meets Shadow, her brother will become irrelevant. Later, she's approached by a young man delivering the assassin skill book she requested. He greets her cheerfully, unaware of her true motives. Feigning kindness, she promises to repay his favor once her plans are fulfilled. Internally, however, she looks down on him, vowing to discard him the moment she meets Shadow. Zioyu approaches a player named Wang, sweetly offering him a high-quality assassin skill book. She asks if he can check whether Shadow needs it, offering to gift it to him. Smirking to herself, Zioyu thinks this skill book might be the perfect excuse to get close to Shadow. She calls it the red thread that will tie them together. In the woods, Zioyu fantasizes about being Shadow's silent support, healing him, killing enemies for him, and helping him level up. She plans to become indispensable. She imagines a future where Shadow gradually trusts her, even sees her as his other half. But when she becomes strong enough and he's no longer useful, she plans to abandon him just like she did to everyone else. Consumed by vengeance, Zioyu stabs a target while screaming that she'll personally kill Shadow and gouge out his eyes, vowing to avenge her beloved Song Fei. But her fantasy is quickly shattered. A messenger relays that Shadow rejected her gift, calling the skill book trash. In the desolate wilderness, Shadow was engaged in battle, surrounded by rising blue energy. Suddenly, someone shouts a warning, "Watch out!" Shadow hides behind a rock and quickly assesses the danger. This is no ordinary boss. He mutters that surviving comes first. Suddenly, a red creature charges at Wang Meng. He shouts in panic, urging his teammates to run. He braces himself behind a shield, but the beast's overwhelming number of blades surrounds him, leaving no escape. A brutal strike crashes down. The ground explodes with force as debris scatters. Hiding behind a rock, Shadow narrows his eyes. This isn't just any monster, it's a level 8 golden tier boss with powerful enhancements. He recalls the data. This boss has 2 levels of anti-stealth attributes. That means its true strength is far greater than it appears. He realizes something crucial. The monster can completely negate stealth abilities. As the monstrous boss charges forward with glowing eyes and deadly blades, Shadow acknowledges the danger his usual tricks won't work here. As the creature with red limbs and multiple blades roars furiously as it charges forward, Shadow leaps out from behind a rock. In a flash, Shadow strikes. Blue slashes pierce the boss repeatedly, and damage numbers explode around them. He notes that if the enemy couldn't detect him, his surprise attack would have dealt even more damage. But since the boss could see through stealth, his damage output was slightly reduced. Thanks to the legendary skill Grace Unleashed, the boss's head and core weak points are now magnified by 200%, making it far more vulnerable than before. Out of Shadow's 9 rapid strikes, 3 hit the weak spots precisely, inflicting triple damage. This perfectly compensated for the earlier damage reduction. The evil sister smirks proudly, crediting her rare skill and thanking friend who helped her find the worship temple where she obtained it. Shadow's attack drops the golden tier boss's HP by nearly 1/3 with a single blow. The poisonous spear slams directly into the boss's face, causing a critical hit. The damage is massive, its regeneration can't keep up anymore. Shadow clenches his fist and reflects. He realizes he still needs to advance his class further to unlock higher levels of stealth to maximize his power. The boss isn't finished, yet it lunges toward him with blinding speed and full fury. The towering red boss descends with all its blades aimed at Shadow, launching one last desperate attack. A girl shouts in alarm from behind the rocks, warning Shadow of the incoming attack. The enemy as the boss unleashes a flurry of rapid, deadly slashes. Blades clash in a chaotic storm. From a distance, 2 spectators watch in awe. They're stunned by Shadow's incredible reaction speed and his complete understanding of the boss's attack patterns. Shadow blocks each blow flawlessly. It's as if he's fought this exact boss countless times before, adapting with precision honed through relentless experience. Shadow recalls his past life, how he once fought alongside Kin Zioyu, who couldn't even protect herself back then, let alone support him. That failure pushed him to master evasive footwork and dodging skills as a warrior. Shadow's eyes sharpen. This is the reason why, even with a basic class, he's ranked among the top 100 fighters in the world. He effortlessly weaves through the boss's flurry of blades under a web of blue light. The golden tier boss stares in disbelief, blood dripping as its health continues to drop rapidly. Shadow compares this boss to others he's faced in the past. Unlike those with unavoidable special moves, this one is far easier to handle. From behind the rocks, the girl watches in shock. She can't believe it, the powerful golden tier boss is actually fleeing. Shadow doesn't hesitate. He activates his skill and launches a deadly green energy spear straight at the retreating enemy. In one final strike, the boss is pierced midair and killed instantly. System notifications appear: boss defeated, XP gained, and rare loot secured. After the boss is defeated, Shadow receives his rewards: 28 total evolution points and nearly 2,000 days of tradable lifespan. The system screen glows brightly with the loot details. He's stunned at the sheer value of what he just earned. His eyes fixate on the reward interface, realizing the opportunity in front of him. Among the rewards is the Black Light Shield, a powerful golden tier skill. When used, it can convert his evasion rate into damage immunity. Combined with his existing dodge skills, it makes him nearly untouchable. Without hesitation, Shadow evolves the Black Light Shield to its highest possible rank, Legendary. Shadow uses 6 evolution points to enhance his Black Light Shield, gaining 7 layers of damage immunity and reducing the shield activation threshold to 10%. With this strong defense, he's now confident in exploring higher level zones. Next, he spends 16 points to upgrade his venomous flying blade, increasing its damage and poison effect. The enhanced skill now stacks poison up to 800% and applies a weakening debuff, making it a powerful tool for sustained damage. Lastly, Shadow equips 2 assassin class items: a platinum accessory that boosts agility, speed, and cooldown reduction, and a golden glove that increases defense, health, and resistance. With his current gear, Shadow's cooldown reduction reaches an impressive 55%. What used to take 12 seconds, his signature blink strike now only needs 7 seconds. Additionally, the evolution boosts his stats significantly: plus 51 to Constitution, plus 106 to physical defense, and a massive plus 1,517 to HP. Meanwhile, his teammates watch in awe. They can hardly believe he soloed the boss. One praises his unmatched strength, while another eagerly asks if there's any equipment or skill he could sell to them. Shadow begins assisting his teammates with equipment and skills. When asked if he has any valuable items for a mage, he pulls out a golden skill book titled Frost Bombardment, a powerful AoE skill that unleashes up to 10 ice orbs. The asking price, 800 tien coins. The mage hesitates, noting that a similar level golden skill book she saw earlier only cost 400 tien. But Shadow calmly explains, this isn't just any skill book, it's a level 7 skill, which deals over 40% more damage than the level 5 version. Given its power, 800 tien is more than reasonable. The mage doesn't argue further. She quickly agrees, sealing the deal with confidence. 800 tien, it's a deal. Shadow has just defeated a high-level boss, losing a golden tier skill book called Frost Bullet in the process. However, his victory earns him 800 days of transferable lifespan, making the trade-off well worth it. Confident and composed, Shadow declares that lower-level bosses no longer pose any threat to him. He plans to return to town to post a notice seeking locations of silver and gold tier bosses, aiming to farm them efficiently and rapidly boost his growth. Just as Shadow is about to head out, a teammate approaches him with a message from a healer named Zioyu. She wishes to gift Shadow a skill book. Shadow, skeptical, immediately assumes it's just another low-quality, bronze tier skill and dismisses it as useless trash. While the outside world is abuzz with theories that Shadow is the one eliminating powerful figures left and right, the idea of someone sending him a Shadow-related skill book seems either coincidental or suspicious. Uninterested, Shadow tells his teammate to reject the offer and let Zioyu keep the book for herself. Internally, he wonders whether Zioyu is trying to get close to him or seek revenge, or perhaps both. The message is relayed back to Zioyu. Shadow called her skill book trash and said he doesn't need it. Shocked and disappointed, Zioyu can only mutter in disbelief. Shadow calls Wang Meng to meet him in town, saying he has something to sell in exchange for lifespan. Wang Meng enthusiastically agrees, responding without hesitation. Wang Meng brings up a serious question. He hesitates slightly, then asks about Song Fei, the name of someone significant. Looking directly at Shadow, Wang Meng asks if it was him who killed Song Fei. Shadow confirms without flinching, yes, I killed him. While reviewing the timeline of Song Fei's murder, Wang Meng discovers a critical clue. Thanks to his close connection with Wang Meng, he confirms that Shadow, with a potentially dangerous past, was offline during the entire period of the crime. Meanwhile, Shadow becomes aware that the investigation has reached a pivotal point. With Wang Meng's cooperation, the authorities have tightened their net. Rather than panic, Shadow remains calm, almost amused. Just 2 hours before the local stations report the incident publicly, Shadow sees this moment as a test. For him, it's not just about evading arrest, but observing how the Daxia authorities react to a situation orchestrated under such calculated pressure. The Grand Clock Tower, all eyes turn toward Shadow, who enters confidently. From within the crowd, Enyu steps forward. She questions Shadow directly, asking if he admits to killing someone named Song Fei. Without hesitation, Shadow calmly confirms her suspicion. Enyu smiles, slightly blushing as she reveals they've already conducted a thorough investigation. She concludes that Shadow is indeed their prime suspect. While Shadow stands firm, a member of the Wang Meng group speaks up, acknowledging that both Song Fei and Zhong Lai were plotting against him. She also reveals that their company had been illegally detaining and abusing players, forcing them into labor. In that context, Shadow's act of killing them is viewed as a justified defense. Shadow reflects silently. He realizes that because they can't uncover his true identity, the group has no choice but to cooperate with him for now. Internally, he recalls how, in his previous life, working with the officials was uneventful. But in this life, taking out Song Fei and Zhong Lai early might create meaningful change. Pointing at a glowing system screen, Shadow contemplates how his rebirth could influence the entire game world. He wonders how much change his actions might bring to this chaotic system and its unfolding era. Armed with rare equipment, Shadow remarks that now he can finally sell the platinum-grade items he previously couldn't use. since he has official backing. Even job-locked gear and skills can be traded. The group stares in shock. One whispers about him killing a platinum boss, while another is amazed there's no global announcement despite acquiring such high-tier loot. Shadow downplays his fortune, casually saying he just got lucky finding a few emerald chests. But others in the Wang Meng group aren't convinced. One member points out that she saw him unlock multiple platinum-grade items with her own eyes and questions if this really counts as just luck. Little Black pouts while comparing how he affectionately calls the blonde girl Xiao Zhu but calls her Xiao Hai. Trying to ease the moment, Shadow teases her by offering to call her Little Blackie instead. Embarrassed and flustered, she quickly interrupts and tells him just to stick with Little Black. Wang Meng sighs as he watches the interaction. He mutters how people really can't be compared. Despite their group struggling to defeat a single silver-tier boss, Shadow casually unlocks platinum and emerald chests like it's nothing, leaving everyone stunned. Shadow begins listing the prices of his rare loot. A platinum-grade archer skill book goes for 2,500 days, a berserker weapon for 1,500, and a mage skill book for 3,000. He bundles golden tier gear and skills for 8,000 days, and finally offers everything including lower tier loot 25 items total for a discounted price of 16,000 days. Eniyu calmly agrees to the offer, stunning Wang Meng. He argues that she should have at least bargained, but she insists the price is reasonable. She also asks Shadow to include items that Little Snow and Wang Meng had previously ordered but hadn't paid for. The trade is successfully completed. Shadow praises Eniyu for being bold and decisive, calling her one of the most straightforward buyers he's ever dealt with. Eniyu laughs joyfully at the compliment. Shadow reflects that once lifespan trades surpass 10,000 days, the unit shifts to years. Their current trade equates to about 60 years or roughly 22,000 days. Based on conversion rates, it equals nearly 4 billion in cash. Even for major city officials, it's a massive investment, but one that promises returns far beyond the price paid. With this powerful batch of gear and skill books in hand, the Zhonghai city officials now have a significant advantage. Their teams can get ahead of the competition, and the stronger their forces become, the fewer obstacles they'll face in future conflicts, including international tournaments. Eniyu informs Shadow that Dajong Industry is holding several players captive. Their team is planning a rescue mission and invites Shadow to join them. She hopes his strength could help their cause. Shadow suspects the invitation is a ploy to redeem his image by associating him with the officials. He declines the offer but agrees to share some valuable information in advance. Confirming their suspicions, Shadow admits he did use in-game power to kill both Song Fei and Zhang Lai. He reveals a secret. Once the game reaches level 10, players can sacrifice lifespan to extract in-game abilities into the real world. Shadow warns them to understand the gravity of what he just revealed. He tells them to act quickly before it's too late, hinting at the deeper consequences that come with delaying their plans. As Shadow turns to leave, he confirms that Dajong Industry is also collecting lifespan. If their members reach level 10 and extract in-game powers, any rescue operation will face much stronger resistance. He gives them one last look and departs, vanishing into a blue portal. Watching him disappear, the group remains silent. The swirling portal fades, leaving only the urgency of his warning behind. Eniyu turns to Wang Meng and commands the next move they'll split up for training. Since most of them are already high level, fighting together wastes their potential. By dividing up and leading smaller squads, they can significantly improve overall leveling efficiency. Wang Meng nods with determination. Eniyu instructs everyone to focus on reaching level 10. She also sends one member offline to report their findings to higher authorities. Elsewhere, players spot Shadow again. They're surprised he's stirring up attention, but this time, not by selling rare gear, but by actively making purchases. A glowing message appears above Shadow. He's offering 30 days of lifespan to anyone who can provide a silver tier boss location and 100 days for a gold tier boss location. His new objective is clear. The surrounding players stare in amazement. Shadow's strategy has shifted. He's no longer dealing items, but hunting power. A smug man notices Shadow and mocks him for still being here, acting like he's causing a scene. He offers Shadow a deal on behalf of his company's heiress, 300 million in cash and a stake in Dajang Industry if Shadow agrees to help her level up. He urges Shadow not to waste such a rare opportunity in life. The man nearby blurts out in shock, revealing that Shadow already killed Song Fei and their company's heiress in the real world. The other guy is stunned, he didn't even know she was dead. The realization hits him hard. He angrily shouts that she brought this upon herself, thinking she could enslave Shadow in the real world, but instead, she ended up getting killed on the spot. John Lai had initially offered 10 million for Shadow to help her level up. When he refused, this man, blinded by greed, took her place. But during the money handover, he was suddenly ambushed and beaten by her people. He later woke up in an unknown basement, shackled and bruised. From that point on, he was forced to work for them inside the game, earning lifespan currency while luring other players into the same trap. She mocks the outcome, laughing that such a cruel woman deserved it. Meanwhile, the man realizes with dread that while he had been ridiculing Shadow all along, the real fool was him. Mocked again, the man tries to explain that he was only a victim, nervously apologizing. Shadow says nothing, but another voice coldly tells him to step aside, his fate will be settled by the official authorities. A player approaches Shadow and offers information about a silver-tier boss. Shadow calmly responds, confirming the deal: 30 days of lifespan in exchange. Elsewhere, players spot a new arrival, Black Peach. Whispers spread that she's the heiress of the powerful Cayenne group. Others warn to stay away, claiming she's killed multiple players by stealing their lifespan. Black Peach stands confidently with her elite squad, radiating power. She arrogantly dismisses the game's difficulty. With just a bit of money, she bought top-tier skills and equipment. Her strategy is clear: stay ahead in combat power, then kill other players and steal their lifespan whenever needed. Black Peach stands atop a fallen player, casually absorbing his lifespan. Her method is brutal but effective: kill and take what others have earned. Later, she vents about how the game made her miss her flight. She complains that she should be in North America by now, enjoying luxury with rich elites like Biggs, Marcus, and Fox. In her fantasy, she imagines herself surrounded by foreign men, indulging in pleasure. Now stuck in Daxia, she can't even leave the country, and her resentment grows stronger. Looking down on local men, she mocks them for being weak and disgusting. In contrast, she praises the masculinity of the Western men she admires, openly expressing her disdain for those around her. Cayenne Shishi blushes with excitement as her foreign companion praises her for recognizing real strength. He assures her that their side is far superior to the local men, and once they return to reality, she'll get to truly experience it. As they walk, another man casually asks if the weakling Song Fei is really dead. The silver-haired foreigner mocks him, saying Song Fei lasted less than a minute with her before just pure trash. Cayenne Shishi licks her lips and smirks. She's turned on by the idea that someone powerful killed Song Fei. Even if Shadow is a Daxia native, she's suddenly eager to test him herself. She reasons that if Shadow could kill Song Fei, then killing a random nobody should be even easier. This might be the perfect excuse for her to approach him and get a closer look at his strength. Cayenne Shishi prepares to go offline, saying she'll call someone to approach Shadow directly. Her companion quietly reacts in awe, offering 3,000 days of lifespan as payment is no small deal. She thinks to herself that even if Shadow isn't tempted by money, there's no way he could refuse 3,000 days of life. After all he'd have to do is kill one ordinary person to earn it. Meanwhile, King Feng smirks with malice. He remembers the look on someone's face when they rejected him, and now he's fixated on revenge. He declares his intent very soon. That person named Qin Feng will be dead. Amid heavy rain, a warrior is pierced by a slime monster's attack. He grits his teeth and counters, desperately fighting for survival. Just as he's about to fall, golden healing magic bursts around him. A mage girl and a younger support stand behind, casting a life-saving spell that purifies the monster and restores the warrior. Breathing heavily, the warrior complains to Xiaoyu, saying her healing was too close to the limit. He jokes that he nearly met his great-grandmother from how close he was to death. Xiaoyu snaps back, reminding him he's clearly still alive. Embarrassed, the boy clarifies he wasn't blaming her, just pointing it out. Meanwhile, the younger support casually says her hunger stat hit 90%, and she's logging off to eat, calling her mom to go. As the rain continues to pour, the boy watches silently as Xiaoyu and the younger girl vanish into digital light, logging out of the game. Clenching his fist, the boy curses under his breath. He recalls how the group, after seeing his association with Shadow, began treating him differently. Bitterly, he vows to get revenge and strip away their pride. In the bright cityscape under a clear blue sky, inside an elegant room, Xiaoyu wakes up in her new apartment. She rubs her eyes and mumbles groggily, feeling hungry as she sits up in bed surrounded by scattered clothes. Still in bed, she checks her phone and is surprised that all delivery services are shut down. She guesses even the riders have gone into the divine abandoned game world. She remembers the past, how Qin Feng used to cook for her all the time at home. Everything was prepared perfectly, and she never had to lift a finger or think twice. Feeling a bit emotional, she suddenly brightens up. Xiaoyu claps her cheeks and encourages herself. To her, going out just to get food is nothing compared to chasing freedom. Pumping her fists, she gives herself a pep talk. She tells herself she's the best and can handle it. Even without Qin Feng, she's confident she'll do better on her own. Under a bright sky by the ocean, a quiet cave entrance sits undisturbed until a low rumble begins echoing from within. Suddenly, a giant crab monster with glowing red eyes bursts out of the cave, charging forward with violent force and shaking the ground. As it rushes out, a dark blue energy tears through the air. The attack lands head-on, piercing through the monster's body and slamming it into the ground. Blood splashes as the powerful blow ends the threat instantly. Standing over the defeated boss, Shadow reflects on his progress. In just over an hour, he's managed to kill 4 silver tier bosses. The efficiency was solid, and each kill brought 16 evolution points. He calculates that the average loot from each boss equals up to 3,500 days of tradable lifespan. Now, all his gear has reached gold tier or higher, with cooldown speed boosted from 55% to 75%. Shadow's attacks are much faster. His main skill's cooldown dropped from 12 seconds to 6.8, allowing a massive spike in damage output. Since there are no platinum tier bosses outside towns, his current gold tier gear is top level for now. Looking at the X-bar, Shadow notes that to face future platinum bosses each with at least level 2 hidden class counters, he must advance his class. To do that, he needs to reach hidden class level 3, but he's still 2 million experience short. Shadow knows that reaching hidden class level 3 is critical. Only then will he minimize risks when facing platinum tier bosses. In his past life, defeating such a boss required a perfectly coordinated team of 20 elite players. He decides to return to town first and plans to contact an official trader to sell all the loot he collected from recent boss fights. Eyes sharp with determination, Shadow vows to move ahead of everyone. He's set on being the first to solo kill a platinum tier boss and claim the achievement for himself. As he arrives back at town, the system displays he now holds 105 years of tradable life. A trader excitedly asks for future deals. Shadow notes that with nearly 40,000 days of tradable time, he can acquire many rare resources going forward. A man peeks out from behind a pillar, calling out to Shadow. He is excited and confidently guesses that Shadow must be the infamous Dark Shadow. Without hesitation, the man offers him an assassination job. He says the task is to kill someone in real life and promises a generous reward for completing it. Shadow ignores him completely and walks away. The man is left speechless and confused by the silent rejection. Desperate, the man chases after Shadow, offering a name Qin Feng and insists it's just a normal person. He tries to tempt Shadow by reminding him he even killed Song Fei, implying this should be easy. He can't understand why Shadow would refuse free money. Shadow silently processes the name Qin Feng. Hearing the target's identity, the man assures Shadow the reason doesn't matter. He just needs the job done and promises a reward of 3,000 tradable days of life upon completion. Shadow calculates the offer's market value, it's equivalent to 50,000 credits. He finds it suspicious, wondering who would place such a high bounty on him. The client himself seems fake, likely just a messenger. The real mastermind must be someone else with a grudge against Qin Feng. Shadow recalls that during his past life, he only encountered such high-level players late in the game. If someone is moving this early with such resources, it must be a powerful enemy from the pre-cataclysm era, someone he once crossed paths with. Kyan Shishi appears in Shadow's mind. She's rich, powerful, and ambitious, one of the few who could possibly have both motive and means to target Qin Feng. He acknowledges that with the Kyan family's resources, they could have taken him out before the Divine Abandon game ever started. That means this job likely hides a deeper intention. He suspects the real goal isn't just eliminating Qin Feng. Instead, Kyan Shishi might be using this bounty to establish contact with the mysterious Dark Shadow identity he's now assumed. Smirking, Shadow agrees to take the job, but on his terms. He demands half the payment up front and insists that the timing of the kill will be decided by him, not the client. The agent hesitates at the demand for a half upfront deposit. Nervously, he says he'll need to confirm with his higher-ups before proceeding. He sends a message through a system interface. Shadow silently waits while both sides interact through their digital transaction panels. After a brief exchange, the agent agrees and transfers the advance. Shadow receives 1,500 tradable days. With a smirk, he accepts it as a deposit and internally warns Kyan Shishi that her time is coming. The agent sends over the target's full location and details. Shadow glances at the info and is surprised it's a familiar place from his real-world residence. As Shadow walks away, he tells the group to just wait. Meanwhile, one of the agents mutters internally that Shadow's attitude isn't that special, he's still doing Miss Kyan's bidding, just like the rest of them. Suddenly, a confident woman stops Shadow and calls out to him. She gestures with a raised hand. She casually mentions she heard he's been collecting boss coordinates. She offers him a location for a gold-tier boss and asks if he's interested. She proposes a deal 100 tradable days upon confirming the boss's presence. Then she adds it's located at the north edge of town and offers to guide him there since the road is a bit far. Shadow asks for the boss's name. The woman casually replies it's called the Plague Ring Controller. Hearing the name, Shadow recognizes it as a real gold-tier boss. She warns him that it deals poison-type damage and asks if he needs a healer. He declines, saying he only needs directions. As they walk, Shadow confirms to himself that the Plague Ring Controller is indeed a gold-tier boss. He mentally prepares for the challenge ahead. The woman explains that the boss creates a poisonous aura. Anyone inside its range continuously loses health over time. She points toward the direction they're heading and notes that to defeat the boss, one must finish the battle quickly. For her, that challenge is nearly impossible at her current level. Girl leads Shadow to a cave entrance surrounded by rocky cliffs and trees. She explains that while her team cleared out the minor monsters, they couldn't defeat the boss inside. She offers to guide him through. Inside the dark tunnel, Girl walks alongside Shadow, who moves ahead confidently toward the source of light deeper within. They reach a cliff edge inside the cave. Girl points ahead, indicating the boss's location in the depths below. Shadow and Girl look down into a swirling green abyss. At the center, a monstrous tree creature with a glowing red core awaits, clearly the dungeon boss. Shadow completes a life trade, offering 100 days of his lifespan. Girl seems surprised but stays silent. Shadow calmly evaluates the poison damage, noting that with his 75% dodge ability from Ghost Shadow mode, he can likely evade it. Girl nervously calls out to Shadow and says she needs to warn him about something important. She reveals that the area is actually a trap. If Shadow attacks the boss, enemies with high-level tracking gear will soon arrive to kill him. Shadow responds indifferently, showing no concern. Girl continues, explaining that her role was to pretend to block those enemies, giving them time to ambush Shadow. Eventually, they plan to uncover his real-world identity and use it against him. Shadow glares coldly and mutters that the enemy's plan is nonsense. Girl, embarrassed, confesses she was also manipulated. She wanted to reveal the truth so Shadow could go after the real mastermind behind everything. She admits those people want to expose her identity in real life too, and she hates them for it. Shadow asks who is behind the plan. Girl replies that it's a player named Dongfang Xuan, who uses the in-game ID Yan Yan. She says he claimed to have been killed by Shadow once before. Shadow recalls the man Dongfang Xuan had previously tried to steal a golden ghost ship boss, and later approached him with a fake request for forgiveness through a skill scroll. Girl urges Shadow, asking if he can defeat Dongfang Xuan, since he was able to kill Song Fei. She begs him not to betray her, warning that she's risking everything by siding with him. Shadow mocks the simplicity of their plan. He comments that Dongfang Xuan wasn't even worth remembering in his previous life. Now, he's heading straight to fight the boss and will take care of Dongfang's men as a bonus. Shadow tells Girl to carry on with her act and let Dongfang's people come, he'll take care of them once they arrive. Girl panics as she watches Shadow confront the boss. She recalls how Dongfang had brought 3 full teams, 18 players, and they were all wiped out in under a minute. She fears Shadow is heading to certain death. The boss's toxic aura overwhelms the battlefield. Girl remembers that previous teams couldn't even reduce 50% of the boss's health due to the continuous poison damage. She realizes Shadow must find a way to escape or he'll die like the others. Shadow swiftly activates his escape skill, slipping through the air with lightning-like precision to dodge the boss's deadly attacks. The boss's weak point is exposed, glowing red. Shadow times his strike precisely, triggering multiple skill effects, weak point burst, and throat slash. Shadow continues his high-speed assault through the shadows. Shadow unleashes a powerful skill, slashing the boss repeatedly. Damage numbers explode across the screen, thousands with each hit indicating devastating impact. The boss's health bar drops rapidly, with nearly a third of its total health wiped out in a single burst. The scene shows the aftermath of the brutal combo. Girl watches from above, stunned and covering her mouth in shock. She can't believe what she's witnessing. She gasps in disbelief. Shadow has dealt over 80,000 damage in one strike and cut down a third of a gold rank boss's health. She questions if he's even human. Shadow calmly retreats as the boss roars. He knows the fight isn't over yet, he's using this moment to recover while waiting for his skill cooldown to reset. The cooldown for his escape ability is normally 25 seconds, but with a 75% reduction boost, it's already down to 3 seconds. Shadow holds off on killing the boss to let Dongfang's team arrive and fall into his trap. Meanwhile, deep in the tunnel, Dongfang's men arrive. A leader shouts at his team to get ready, they're going in to kill the boss. With aggressive energy, Dongfang's squad charges forward. They are ordered to show no mercy to anyone who tries to block their way. One of Dongfang's men is shocked to see Girl again. He accuses her of siding with Dongfang. Despite his doubts, he acknowledges that their plan was to use her as a decoy to stall the team. He questions if she can truly hold back over 10 attackers alone. Girl raises a massive golden shield with intense focus. The enemy soldiers charge and slam into the shield, only to be stopped in their tracks. One of them realizes it's a golden grade shield and finally understands why she was chosen for the role. As attacks continue to bounce off the shield, they speculate she must have gotten lucky, perhaps through a god-blessed event or a rare golden treasure chest drop, because her defense is nearly impenetrable. Shadow's eyes sharpen with deadly focus as he prepares to strike. In a flash, Shadow unleashes Shadow Slash. Blue energy blades erupt across the area, cutting through Dongfang's men with overwhelming force. The attackers are shredded mid-air by the slicing energy. Shadow lands with calm precision as the enemies fall, stunned and defeated. Without hesitation, Shadow activates another powerful skill, Blooming Curse. Girl watches in shock as Shadow's skill annihilates the enemies. The field is covered in glowing red flowers from the aftermath. She's horrified by how many died from a single move and is thankful she didn't side with Dongfang, otherwise she would have died with the rest. She quickly tries to build rapport with Shadow, asking to add him as a friend. She promises to share Dongfang's real-world location if given the chance. Shadow agrees with a simple nod. Girl flirts boldly, offering special services if he ever needs them. She even declares she'll be permanently free for him. Shadow calmly notes that she's from that kind of line of work, which explains her shameless behavior. Shadow leaps back down into the boss chamber. Girl stays at the edge watching him. Shadow deals the finishing blow to the boss, a monstrous tree-like creature, causing it to shatter in a burst of energy. A system message confirms the boss's death and grants him a huge reward: experience points, evolution stats, and 555 days of tradable lifespan. Standing amid the glowing orbs of loot, Shadow notes that the lifespan he just earned from killing the boss is more than what he gained from absorbing dozens of other players. He mocks their foolishness, saying they deserve to die for not focusing on leveling up and instead causing trouble. From above, girl calls out, asking if he's still there. Shadow glares at her, prompting her to nervously wave and say she's leaving now. Shadow absorbs the glowing orbs of reward energy with his hand. The light pulses around him as he collects the spoils of the battle. He notices something rare among the loot, a skill book for assassins. Surprised and excited, he remarks that it's been a long time since he's seen one drop. The book contains a powerful assassin skill, Dark Moment Platinum Grade, which unleashes a wave of darkness from the blade, causing enemies within range to lose vision. Shadow instantly chooses to learn the skill, thrilled that it's a lethal move. He knows this will greatly enhance his power. Shadow activates a powerful buff that surrounds him in golden energy. He notes that if he causes enemies to lose vision, even if they aren't caught off guard, it still triggers double damage. With this, even high-tier bosses won't survive his burst attacks. He pulls out a newly acquired weapon blade of Plague Platinum Grade. The weapon has poison effects that deal an additional 50% damage 3 seconds after hitting the target. Shadow admires its stats and damage potential. Back in the dungeon, Shadow walks away, satisfied. He reflects that it's been another rewarding day. His evolution points have reached 98, and soon, he'll be able to evolve his rare dagger into a legendary weapon. Later, out in the desert, Shadow says he only needs a bit more experience to advance his class. He decides to hunt small monsters, surprising 2 comical desert creatures who are unprepared. Shadow launches a sweeping area attack in the desert, effortlessly blasting through the quirky small monsters. The frightened creatures scream and scatter in all directions. The sky glows with energy trails as Shadow finishes off the last of the monsters. He exhales with relief, stating that he's finally gathered enough experience to advance his class. A golden vortex swirls around him as the job advancement process begins. Golden energy surrounds Shadow as a system message confirms. Your Shadow job has advanced. He has ascended from Tier 0 to Tier 1. As the power surges through him, his stats are displayed. Strength and Constitution rise from 3 to 9, Agility triples from 8 to 24, and Spirit boosts from 5 to 15. Shadow's entire body glows as the job advancement finalizes. He unlocks powerful passive and active traits, including a new ability to use skills while invisible, enhanced stealth duration, and conditional critical hit multipliers. With a confident smirk, Shadow remarks that as long as his cooldowns are managed, he can now remain permanently hidden. His stealth is nearly unstoppable. Now fully advanced, Shadow observes his new power. Attacks launched outside an enemy's field of vision now deal triple damage instead of double. He marvels that this is only Tier 1, no wonder it's considered the strongest hidden class. A system announcement goes live. In Zhonghai City, over 10 players have reached level 10. In 10 minutes, qualified players will be transported to the Divine Spirit Ruins. Shadow looks up, preparing to head out. He checks the leaderboard. He's ranked first as Dark Shadow, followed by familiar names. He remembers this time in his previous life, most top-ranked players were foreign pros dominating the rankings. Now, having changed so much through his actions, Shadow knows the fate of the world is already shifting. In the real world, night falls over the city as the authorities mobilize. Police officers escort a long line of arrested individuals out of a building. These are the captured members of the Dajong Industrial Crime Group, their hands bound. An officer salutes as he reports that most of the group's core members have been apprehended. However, 3 key suspects are still active in the God abandonment game and cannot be arrested physically due to their unconscious state. A superior officer instructs the team to notify NU and find a way to force the remaining suspects offline from within the game. The team affirms the command. The officers discuss a clever tactic. Players hiding in the game's safe towns can't be attacked, but their real bodies will still suffer from hunger. Once they log out to eat, they can be arrested immediately. They praise Shadow for making the operation go smoothly. Not only did he expose the Dajong Industrial Crime Group, but he also warned them in advance that game powers could manifest in the real world. Explosions erupt in the city as the officer explains how several countries have already faced unrest due to these powers. Their own team in the game has reached level 10 thanks to the equipment and skills Shadow provided. The senior officer emphasizes that Shadow is a critical asset, someone the nation cannot afford to lose. He orders that they must do whatever it takes to ensure Shadow remains loyal to their cause. Shadow arrives at a peaceful, European-style town. Girl greets him excitedly, pretending to be in awe of his hero status, calling him a defender of justice. She jokes that he doesn't need to be modest, the authorities have already announced his contributions publicly. She explains that his actions against Song Fei and Zhang Lai were officially authorized, as they were involved in kidnapping and harming players. Shadow stays silent, but internally realizes that the public announcement is likely to make future cooperation with the government smoother. Girl informs him that Dongfang Xuan hasn't logged off yet, but she's keeping watch. Shadow acknowledges this quietly and begins making his way toward the Divine Spirit ruins. Shadow walks toward the teleportation altar in the town. He notes that many players have already used the town's teleport array, but the one leading to the Divine Spirit ruins is still locked for most. As he steps onto the glowing platform, a system notification appears. Teleporting to the Divine Spirit ruins, Shadow comments that the beginner towns were just the start, only now does the real game begin. A fiery burst erupts from the teleportation platform, catching the attention of nearby players who didn't see anyone on it. The players quickly realize who it was. Shadow. One of them, who has level 2 stealth detection, is shocked that he couldn't see him. The others conclude that Shadow's stealth level must be even higher, confirming his elite status. Shadow emerges from a glowing teleportation portal, his form materializing in a desolate urban landscape bathed in sunset light. He looks around calmly, recognizing the surroundings. It's just as he remembered from his past life. The familiar skyline confirms it. This is the ruined version of Zhonghai City. Each player is teleported to their city's corresponding ruins upon entering the Divine Spirit ruins for the first time. The ruined cities match their real-world geography exactly, though the reason behind this synchronization remains a mystery. Shadow senses a presence watching him as he moves forward with caution. Shadow walks through the ruins when a loud screech pierces the air. A mutated beast launches at him from the rooftops. The monstrous creature dives in with its claws wide, aiming straight at Shadow's head. A devastating blow crashes into the ground, but the attack misses. Shadow's figure flickers and vanishes. Using his Ghost Shadow Blur skill, Shadow evades flawlessly. The word miss appears as the enemy's strike fails completely. Shadow unleashes his skill, Instant Shadow Slash, in a sweeping arc of blue energy, targeting the monster. The slash lands cleanly, splitting the level 11 creature with a burst of light and dust. Shadow instantly eliminates the foe, but suddenly, more tentacles erupt from the ground. Shadow flips backward mid-air to avoid being pinned by the ambush. Red energy surges around him as he activates Graceful Escape, breaking free from the surrounding trap just in time. Shadow unleashes another Instant Shadow Slash, tearing through the mutated monsters with blinding speed and precision. He calmly observes that in this ruined city, there are no more safe zones like the town. Danger lurks from every direction. However, if he can find a hidden refuge embedded in the ruins, he'll be able to establish a base and gain an upper hand. He recalls that the best refuge in the Zhonghai ruins is to the northwest, his former guild's base from his past life. A grand statue stands tall amidst the ruins. The group arrives at the site, amazed. One girl wonders if this is the land of divine flames, but it looks more like a modern city's ruins. They soon recognize the location. It's the ruins of Zhongnan City, confirmed by the familiar tower still standing in the skyline. One girl excitedly searches for the famous Shadow Brother, hearing he's already arrived. Her companion reminds her he's a stealth master. He's probably already hidden. Two red monsters burst from the ground, ambushing the group. Wang Meng warns everyone about the incoming threat. The mage girl raises her staff and casts a protection spell, enveloping the warrior in a glowing barrier just in time. The monsters charge straight at them with menacing speed, jaws wide open and eyes glowing red. Wang Meng braces behind his shield, enduring a direct hit as the damage numbers flash across the screen. The mage warns the team that even regular monsters here hit harder than silver-ranked bosses near town. The archer activates a skill and releases a glowing arrow with immense force, targeting the charging creature. The monster is struck directly and bound tightly by the skill's energy, halting its movement mid-air. The mage concentrates her power while her teammate urges everyone to go all out while the monster is crowd-controlled. The mage raises her staff high and casts a powerful, prophetic fireball spell. 2 massive fireballs explode directly onto the monsters, engulfing them in intense flames. The team celebrates their victory as the monsters fall. The impact was strong, and their teamwork paid off. The leader tells Xiaoxu to send her owl to scout the area from above, and she calmly agrees, readying her staff. Xiaoxu's owl surveys the area from above and sees a horde of monsters flooding the streets. There's no sign of any safe zone nearby. The group is shocked to hear there's no safe area. One member remarks how this continent feels more like a brutal survival game now. The girl urgently asks if the owl can find the shadow boss. She believes if they find him, they'll be safe. The owl flies ahead to scout, but returns with bad news: there's no trace of anyone. The group notices a glowing trail of monster drops in the northwest. They conclude it must be the work of the shadow boss, who likely didn't collect the loot because his inventory was full. As they move forward, more monsters appear and block their path. A girl urges them to follow the glowing trail. It's safe since the shadow boss already cleared that path of monsters. They begin moving quickly in the direction of the glowing trail, staying alert and sticking together. More red monsters appear, charging fiercely through the streets toward the lone figure. Blue slashes pierce the air as the shadow strikes instantly, slicing through all the monsters in a blink. Shadow comments that even without his ultimate skill boost, the damage is massive, up to 30,000 total. For weak monsters, this place is like a grinding paradise. He arrives at a deserted crosswalk and remarks that this is the perfect spot, his hidden base. He recalls that beneath this ruined city lies a massive underground palace. In his past life, it remained hidden for a long time. The palace had thousands of rooms for resting and dozens of large hall zones. It served as the largest hideout in Zhonghai City and was the main base of his former guild/god. Before it was taken over, this hideout was essentially an underground city, filled with mechanical monsters and a powerful guardian boss. The larger the hideout, the stronger its guardian. In his previous life, he created the /god guild, assembled 3 elite teams, and only after reaching level 15 with full gear could they clear this palace together. He descends into a massive underground chamber, determined that this time will be different. As he reaches the depths of the soul purification zone, enemies begin to emerge around him. He confidently declares that he alone is enough to handle this place. A system prompt appears, stating he will gain control of the area upon defeating the Guardian. Several ominous and powerful Guardians react to his presence. Shadow faces off against multiple glowing elemental spirits of different colors as they prepare to strike. He identifies them as level 12, gold-ranked monsters known as the Elemental Spirits, and strikes one without hesitation. He activates a powerful skill, Darkest Moment, plunging the surroundings into a surge of dark energy. The Guardians are overwhelmed and stunned, visibly losing control and focus as the dark energy takes hold. He unleashes Shadow Slash, sending countless glowing blades slicing through the enemies from above. He dashes forward, cloaked in blue energy, cutting through enemies in a seamless combo. The entire room erupts with glowing slashes as the stunned monsters are overwhelmed and shredded. With calm confidence, he notes that all his attacks deal bonus damage to stunned targets, making these level 12 enemies fall instantly. After clearing all 15 minor monsters in the hall, Shadow surveys the vast underground space. Dozens of chambers and thousands of rooms await. He notes that given the massive number of monsters in this hidden zone, fully clearing them will be a massive undertaking. He approaches a raised platform, planning to eliminate all remaining monsters in the area to trigger the next phase. Suddenly, a glowing guardian entity materializes in front of him. It's the protector of this hidden zone. A blue teleportation circle activates beneath them. Light engulfs their bodies. They materialize in a completely different place, a ruined, sunlit street covered in rubble. The duo looks around in shock. The boy is surprised by the desolate state of the place, while the girl finds the surroundings oddly familiar. Their eyes land on the crumbling Statue of Liberty in the distance. Realization hits. They've arrived in a ruined version of New York City. Gazing at a ruined city, one of them identifies it as the remains of Mountain City. Elsewhere, the group witnesses the destruction of a massive bridge. One of them recognizes the site as the ruins of London, shocked by the devastation. The duo begins to piece things together. They speculate that people are being teleported to the ruins of cities from their respective regions, suggesting a mysterious logic behind the transport. Just as they process this theory, they notice something alarming in front of them. Two creatures with long necks suddenly appear before the duo. Realizing the danger, they quickly decide to run for their lives. As they flee in panic, a massive explosion goes off behind them, shaking the area near the ruined Statue of Liberty. In Zhanghai ruins, several glowing orbs of light rise above the waterline. Elsewhere, Wang Meng hides in a crater. Noticing that there are no monsters nearby, one of them suggests they take a moment to recover before moving again. The group hides in cover. The girl admires the strength of the shadow who cleared the monsters, admitting they had overestimated their own power. The mage girl expresses relief that the area was cleared beforehand, otherwise they wouldn't have survived. She wonders where they would respawn if they had died here. Wang Meng advises his team to avoid rushing into battle. He suggests waiting until everyone reaches level 10 before moving forward together. The girl beside him agrees calmly. The owl watches from above as golden particles drift between buildings. She notes how all the monsters seem to have died here and finds it odd that the shadow hero vanished without a trace. Spotting valuable loot below, she feels tempted to collect it. Wang Meng looks at the wreckage and mentions contacting Shadow to see if he still wants any of the leftover items. Elsewhere, a blade of energy cuts through two monstrous creatures in a flash. Surrounded by glowing golden energy, Shadow calmly states that all minor monsters have finally been wiped out. As golden energy floods the hall, it's revealed that Shadow cleared over 40 large halls and hundreds of rooms, eliminating more than 400 monsters. Along with that, he defeated 4 bronze tier bosses and 2 silver tier bosses, gaining a massive amount of experience and pushing his evolution points to 205. He mentions he only needs 5 more points to unlock a powerful new evolution. One of his allies tries contacting him, offering to return uncollected loot found near the monsters he killed. Shadow realizes that Wang Meng's official team has also arrived in the area. He tells them he'll reach out later, as he plans to sell a batch of gear. They provide their coordinates and wait for his arrival inside the ruins. Suddenly, blue electricity crackles across the floor as Shadow prepares to move. With a burst of energy, Shadow launches forward across the electrified ground. Shadow calmly announces the arrival of the Guardian as blue lightning flickers around him. The boss, Purifier, Fail, a level 15 elite, emerges from an electric vortex. It's introduced as the highest tier guardian of the ruins, and defeating it would grant ownership of the domain. Shadow recalls from his past life that this boss had a total of 750,000 GP and attacked in 3 stages. Previously, even fully equipped with legendary golden gear, Shadow had struggled against the boss's lightning skills. But now, he boldly declares he doesn't even need to defend against its single target attacks. Shadow activates his skill, Shadow Slash, instantly surrounding the Guardian boss with a flurry of electrified blade trails. The boss is struck from multiple angles, unable to respond to the overwhelming speed and power of the attack. A powerful slash pierces straight through the boss's chest, causing it to stagger as dark energy bursts from the wound. The boss's body is launched backward by the force of the strike, lightning and energy scattering violently as it begins to fall apart. Lightning projectiles rain down from above as Shadow dashes through the battlefield. The impact of each bolt is devastating, and he knows that a single hit could be fatal with his current resistance stats. Despite the danger, Shadow remains calm. With 75% evasion, normal enemies struggle to land hits, but elite bosses like this still have a 50% chance to hit due to accuracy bonuses. Now, his agility stat has reached 182. His sprint speed exceeds 40 meters per second, allowing him to weave through the barrage with precision. By observing the pattern of the strikes, he manages to dodge before they land. In his past life, he had to rely on shields and sheer luck to survive this boss with a full team. But this time, his sharp eyes and speed prove that things will be different. Shadow closes in with blazing energy, landing a critical strike using a combo of his blade skills. His attack shreds 250,000 GP from the boss in an instant. He declares that he won't give the boss any chance to fight back. The boss enters its second phase. Shadow remembers that in this stage, it continuously generates electric spheres and lightning bursts. The key is to destroy the spheres first, otherwise, the boss will go berserk. Shadow recalls that in his previous life, his team was wiped out by this phase's brutal damage. One of his allies, traumatized by the event, refused to continue the fight afterward. Reflecting on that moment, Shadow remembers excluding her from the team the second time. Ironically, they succeeded without her, but the experience left a lasting impact. Shadow launches poison-throwing needles at one of the floating electric spheres. Each hit causes the boss to flinch in pain, linking the spheres to its health. He recalls that for every sphere destroyed, the boss takes proportional damage. It's a direct way to weaken it without engaging head-on. Shadow prepares to destroy all 3 spheres, knowing this will trigger the transition into the third and final phase of the fight. One of the poison needles hits its mark. The boss's health drops visibly, inching closer to its next transformation as Shadow maintains his relentless pressure. The boss enters its third phase, releasing powerful circular shockwaves of electricity across the floor. Shadow calmly watches as the boss unleashes its ultimate area attack. He recalls how, in his previous life, his entire guild had to equip special lightning-resistant gear and rely on 4 healers just to barely survive this stage. But this time, Shadow confidently states that he doesn't need such a complicated setup. His tone shows complete control over the battle. As the boss charges up another devastating move, Shadow levitates above it within a glowing golden sphere. As thunder crackles in the sky, King Feng charges his body with intense energy. He notices the enemy has set up a persistent lightning field on the ground. Realizing it's too dangerous to fight from below, he quickly decides to launch his assault from the air. Hovering above, he sees the opponent activate a strange black shield surrounded by golden patterns, the Shield of Black Light. He carefully watching the shield's energy and prepares to strike. With his target in sight, King Feng unleashes a powerful technique, Shadow/X. His weapon charges with lightning and flames as he descends rapidly, aiming to break through the shield with sheer force. The impact of the attack sends a shockwave through the entire room. Lightning arcs in every direction as King Feng lands with precision. After defeating the Platinum-tier Soul Protector named Yafale, a system notification confirms King Feng has leveled up to 11. His 4 base stats increase by +4, and he earns 10 free attribute points. He also receives a bonus of 20 divine points and gains 1,520 days of extended life. With satisfaction, King Feng acknowledges his progress. The system announces that King Feng is now the master of the Land of the Fallen Souls. He's also rewarded globally for being the first to defeat a Platinum-tier boss, earning another 10 evolution points. King Feng notes that hideouts in the game aren't just safe zones, they also offer storage and, most importantly, real-world benefits once extracted. He explains that ever since the Gods game began to affect reality, modern weapons have started to corrode. Even powerful nukes became unusable after just 1 day, and other technology like fighter jets might last another month or 2 at most before becoming scrap metal. King Feng concludes that future warfare in the real world will rely entirely on the powers extracted from the Gods game. Once the hideouts are materialized into reality, they can be used to activate magical defensive shields, making them the most secure strongholds for survival. King Feng stands in silence, staring up at the familiar ceiling of the Grand Hall. He recalls how, in his previous life, his guild, Execution God, once used this very location as their stronghold, expanding and building power from here. Though the place holds many memories, he has also witnessed countless people come and go fighting, struggling, and chasing dreams in this very battlefield. Determined, King Feng clenches his resolve. This time, he won't walk the same path as before. Instead of relying on others, he vows to grow independently and rise to the very top with his own strength. Outside, the rain begins to pour down heavily over the forest as birds scatter through the sky. A massive beast wielding an axe steps forward menacingly. As the beast swings its weapon with terrifying strength, the people scream in panic. Cries of "Run" and "Save me" fill the air. One unfortunate woman fails to dodge in time. The axe cuts cleanly through her body, sending her flying backward with a brutal wound as her blood splashes across the battlefield. Her body reappears in a resurrection chamber, lying motionless as system messages confirm her death. She has lost 14 years of lifespan while another victim loses 2 days. The consequences of dying in this world are both painful and permanent. One of the girls stares in shock at her companion's body as it reappears from the respawn altar. She panics, realizing that yet another party member has died. Meanwhile, an angry voice blames her, shouting that the boss's massive axe was obvious. Why didn't she dodge? The same angry player continues ranting, blaming the tank for not holding aggro. He yells that area of effect skills can't be blocked if the tank doesn't control the boss. Frustrated, he curses and angrily quits the team, shown by the system message. Nearby, a smaller girl yells for help. She says the tank has run away and now the boss is chasing her. She panics as the giant weapon looms over her head, and her voice trembles in fear. The next moment, the girl is struck and respawns at the altar. Her teammate stares silently as another death. One of the girls nervously suggests they should stop challenging tough enemies and instead focus on farming weaker monsters to level up. She's worried their remaining lifespan is running dangerously low. The other girl quietly agrees. Suddenly, a global announcement pops up. Someone named Shadow from Zhonghai City has just achieved the world's first kill on a platinum tier boss, earning 10 reputation points. Players across the city are stunned. They exclaim in disbelief that someone managed a solo kill on such a high-level boss. Some are baffled. Barely anyone has even made it to the mainland, yet Shadow is already grinding platinum tier monsters there. One wonders aloud who this mysterious player really is. Back on the street, the two girls sit frozen in awe. They can't believe someone has already reached such a level. One of them admits she hasn't even seen a gold tier boss yet. The other simply exclaims, amazed, "That's incredible." One of the girls angrily wonders why everyone around her is so weak, barely able to handle a silver tier boss. In frustration, she questions how someone like Shadow managed to kill a platinum tier boss first. The comparison eats at her. Meanwhile, King Feng walks through a grand hall glowing with energy. He reflects on his progress, noting that after killing the Soul Purifier, he's now reached level 11. From level 10 onward, each level grants 4 base stat points and 10 free attribute points. He's surprised to learn that defeating a platinum tier boss directly rewarded him with 20 evolution points. With that, he can now evolve the legendary item, Hands of Evolution. He invests his remaining 210 points, unlocking a powerful transformation. The system confirms his successful evolution. He receives massive boosts up to 500% reward bonuses, guaranteed loot upgrades, and even an increase in his item's tier. On top of that, he unlocks 100 inventory slots, granting him a personal storage space to safely stash gear. King Feng smiles as golden energy surges around him. He remarks that his extra loot reward has increased from 3 to 5 items thanks to the evolved legendary artifact, Hands of Evolution. He also receives a personal storage space with 100 slots. The power of the artifact glows brightly on his hand as he activates its legendary status. Its energy pulses through him. System notifications confirm the rewards: 5 pieces of bonus loot and 100 evolution points, leaving him with 115 remaining. Among the drops are 2 assassin-type gear items and a skill book. However, since his current level is too low to use them, he stores them in the hidden base's inventory. King Feng then uses his power to instantly erase a blue soul enemy. Golden energy wraps around his arm as he calmly lifts his hand, erasing the target with divine authority, marking them as a false believer. King Feng orders all the battle loot in the palace to be gathered in one place. As golden orbs float through the air, a remaining enemy soul screams as it's absorbed with the rest. With 115 evolution points remaining, King Feng decides to upgrade one of his lower tier skills to legendary level. His sharp gaze reflects his confidence in pushing his power even further. System notifications confirm multiple high-level skill upgrades. One skill's damage increases significantly, cooldowns are reduced, and casting efficiency improves. He evolves several more abilities, boosting their effects and precision over time. His enhancements also affect how certain passive and AO abilities work. King Feng is stunned by one particular effect. He can now absorb 50% of the target's non-tradable lifespan. Even more shocking, he gains the ability to absorb rare, non-tradable life essence orbs. This unlock pushes his potential into terrifying territory. A vast stormy palace is shown surrounded by lightning, one of many high-level zones where powerful bosses dwell. These areas are deadly, with time and life-consuming mechanics that rapidly drain non-tradable lifespan. To survive here, divine-level upgrades are essential. King Feng is approached by an informant who congratulates him for being the first to kill a platinum-tier boss. She brings good news. A major rival, Dongfang Xian, has finally logged off. King Feng asks what that means. She explains that the Dongfang family is planning a gathering at a hotel named Zhongnan Restaurant. Rumors say they've stockpiled a large amount of lifespan to convert it into in-game strength. Back inside the palace, a soul servant presents a new batch of glowing loot orbs. King Feng praises his work. The servant urgently pleads, begging him to destroy Dongfang Xian completely, or else he'll be doomed as well. King Feng assures his servant not to worry. He begins storing the loot into his personal inventory, noting that his Hands of Evolution backpack with 100 slots is incredibly practical. He orders him to deliver the remaining items to Wang Qiang. In the city, two excited girls notice his arrival. They cheer, pointing toward the approaching figure and shouting, "Shadow is here!" One of the girls rushes toward King Feng, calling out loudly to get his attention. Before she reaches him, King Feng casually states his terms. He sets a price and tells them they're free to walk away if they don't like it. He then offers over 30 low-tier and bronze-grade items for a flat deal, 950 days of lifespan. The girl happily informs King Feng that the items they picked up earlier were worth over 1,000 days of lifespan. As a sign of respect, she offers him 2,000 days. King Feng accepts with a nod. She begins listing the next batch gear ranging from white to platinum quality, totaling a value of 18,000 days of non-tradable lifespan. She admits she only has one gold-tier item and praises King Feng as a true powerhouse. He simply replies that it's mutual support. The other girl is shocked by how many backpack slots King Feng has, joking that it feels like something out of a dream. King Feng warns them that their backpacks are now full and reminds them of a staircase under the statue ruins leading to a teleportation circle that returns them to the beginner town. As he turns and walks away, he gives one last warning. Returning to that zone will cost 500 days of lifespan. If they head back now and die again, they'll have nothing left. With that, he simply says, "I'm leaving." The girl excitedly claims she was right all along. King Feng must be a reincarnator. She argues that only someone reborn could know such hidden mechanics in the game. The others look uncertain, and one teammate nervously asks her to calm down. Getting bolder, she strikes a provocative pose and jokingly asks if she should go seduce King Feng to lure him in. Her teammates are left speechless, reacting with awkward expressions. Meanwhile, King Feng walks silently through the ruined city streets. He opens his status panel and reads a system prompt asking if he wants to consume non-tradable lifespan to extract power into the real world. He confirms, initiating a sync in level and class progression between game and reality. King Feng spends a massive 72,000 days of lifespan to fully synchronize his real-world level and class rank with the game, surrounded by golden energy. He remarks that the next step is skill extraction far beyond the basic stealth he previously unlocked. System notifications begin pouring in as he extracts and upgrades several skills, each costing hundreds to thousands of days of lifespan. From powerful abilities like Shadow Explosion and Flying Lotus to boosting his stealth to level 10, he systematically strengthens himself across the board. He highlights one particular skill, Faithful Descent, which doesn't just reduce cooldowns but summons silver-ranked believers, making him nearly unbeatable in reality. After using most of his resources, he has only 486 days of tradable lifespan left, but now his strength in the real world rivals his in-game power. Though drained, King Feng knows he's close to total fusion. He vows to earn more lifespan before logging off again so the next synchronization can be completed in full. Blue energy wraps around him as he silently walks through the empty city streets. He sits silently on the edge of his bed, shrouded in a dark, ominous aura. He thinks about his current situation since someone named Kayanshishi knows his address. It's best to leave immediately for safety. Extracting the land of purified souls will cost over 1,300 years of lifespan, so he must first find temporary shelter. With resolve in his eyes, he sharpens his focus and raises his hand, activating his power. Golden light explodes around him. He activates the Hands of Evolution. The room is engulfed in radiant energy, with furniture and items flying as he prepares for an intense transformation. King Feng stands in his room, surrounded by golden light. He laughs to himself, impressed by how convenient the storage space provided by the Hands of Evolution is. With a simple thought, all his belongings are absorbed directly into his inventory. Without hesitation, he jumps out the window, leaving his apartment behind. Perched outside another window, he checks his device for information. It shows that Dongfang Xian is currently at the Zhongnan Hotel, about 15 kilometers away from this residential area. Glancing up at the night sky between the tall buildings, he calculates the distance. At his current speed, closing that gap should be no problem. Moving swiftly through the night, King Feng leaps from rooftop to rooftop, his form nearly invisible as he travels with shadow-like speed. He estimates it will take just 10 minutes to reach his destination. With a burst of force, he lands on the street, leaving a faint crater behind him. He arrives at the Zhongnan Hotel, where the lights glow warmly from within. Inside, members of the Dongfang family hold a formal gathering. One of the elders praises the progress made so far, noting that abilities and lifespan from the game can now influence reality. He declares that Dongfang Xian has successfully begun establishing their power in the New World Order. Dongfang Xian sits confidently at the family dinner table, responding humbly that everything he's done was simply his duty. The old patriarch praises Dongfang Xian's growth, expressing his satisfaction. He acknowledges that the recent purchase of vast amounts of tradable lifespan has been used entirely to acquire powerful equipment and skill books. He instructs the family's core members to reach level 10 as quickly as possible. Their goal is to secure a head start and expand the Dongfang family's influence in the real world through their power in the game. Another family member voices even greater ambition, believing that through this dual-realm growth, the Dongfangs can dominate a region and perhaps even establish an eternal dynasty. Becoming a family of emperors is no longer just a dream. Dongfang Xian thinks to himself with a dark grin, he's acquired immense resources and influence, all while hiding his true intent. Once he rises to the top of the rankings, everyone who looked down on him will pay the price. At the dining hall, one of the elders asks about the plan they previously discussed to deal with King Feng, aka Shadow. He wants to know how the preparations are going. Dongfang Xian assures him that everything is under control. He's already arranged for a reliable woman to approach Shadow and extract his identity. They should be hearing results soon. The elder gives one strict command: Shadow must be captured alive. He plans to make Shadow work for the Dongfang family, turning him into a tool that brings them great benefit. Dongfang Xian nods in agreement, replying with a calm, yes. Outside the Zhongnan Hotel, a group of Dongfang family guards toast to their clan's dominance. But before they realize it, they're suddenly taken down one by one. King Feng notes that some of the aristocratic families still carry firearms, which could be deadly if aimed at his heart or head. Since his shadow cloak and black light shield can't guarantee complete evasion, and he hasn't yet transferred defense skills into reality, he decides to proceed with caution. He summons a divine class minion using the Faithful Descent skill. The golden energy engulfs the corpse, turning it into a glowing servant. King Feng knows that in situations involving guns, it's best not to take chances. The undead obeys his command, prepared for battle. It's armed with claws for close combat and green flames for ranged attacks. As a silver rank boss, its durability is exceptional even against bullets. It can hold out for a long time. The sudden sound of shattering glass interrupts the elegant gathering inside the Zhongnan Hotel. Panic breaks out among the guests as they shout questions: "Who are you? What's going on?" With a monstrous growl, the undead lunges forward, claws extended and glowing eyes locked on its targets. One of the guards shouts in disbelief, realizing it's a monster from the godforsaken game. The undead charges forward as bullets rip through its body, but even after being shot multiple times, green flames erupt from its arm, surging forward like a wave. The nearby guards scream in fear as the flames engulf their formation in a sudden burst of chaos. One of the guards is struck directly by the green fire and collapses, his body convulsing. The undead follows up with a brutal strike, clawing through the enemy's defenses. Dongfang Xian watches nervously from a distance. His men fall one by one, consumed by the creature's relentless assault and the strange green aura that leaves them powerless. As the undead grabs the old man, he stretches out his hand in desperation, crying for help. With panic on his face, Zion kicks away a table and charges forward, ignoring the chaos behind him. He sprints down the hallway, repeating to himself that he must escape and log into the game. That's his only way to survive now. Zion believes that if he reaches level 10 in the game and extracts those abilities into the real world, no one will be able to threaten him again. Just as Zion attempts to escape, dark tendrils and blue lightning swirl around him. His body gets engulfed in glowing energy and flips uncontrollably as if being pulled through a portal. Suddenly, his consciousness wakes up, his eyes wide in confusion, finding himself lying on a surface with blood around his head. Zion sees his own body fading like smoke. Above it floats a translucent version of himself, his soul separated, watching from above. The man lying on the floor coughs blood and barely utters dark shadow before his vision fades. Suddenly, red flowers bloom violently around him as black tendrils surge outward, spreading across the floor. At the center stands King Feng, surrounded by death energy and petals. A system message confirms thousands of life days absorbed. With a slight smirk, he looks at the chaos and calmly remarks, "It was quite a harvest." Shadow stands at the center of a crimson ritual, surrounded by swirling red energy and ominous symbols. He calmly praises the effect of the curse skill he just used. It not only wiped out corpses and bloodstains, but also allowed him to absorb their remaining life force without wasting a drop. He checks his status and notes that his untradeable lifespan has now accumulated to over 2327 years. With this boost, he feels confident even when entering the most dangerous zones. Suddenly, someone nearby hears gunfire and screams coming from a package room. They panic and shout to report the incident, unaware that Shadow is already aware and calmly observing. A group of police officers rush into the restaurant, alarmed by reports of gunfire. They mention the Dongfang family was having a gathering here and fear a deadly shootout may have occurred. As they enter the dining hall, they're stunned by the eerie silence. One officer gasps, finding the scene suspiciously empty. The room is a mess, showing clear signs of a violent battle, but not a single body remains. Confused and panicked, the officers wonder where everyone went and if anyone saw someone leaving. Outside, Shadow calmly walks away from the scene. Meanwhile, the officers are left puzzled, questioning how the entire Dongfang clan vanished without a trace. Shadow walks through the neon-lit city streets. He sets his sights on a new objective, the Cayenne Corporation. He recalls that the corporation's headquarters had already relocated to North America before the game-like world descended. However, the CEO's daughter, Cayenne Shishi, is still trapped in the Magic City district. Realizing that traveling over 300 kilometers on foot wastes too much time, Shadow reflects on how it already took him 2-3 hours to get here. He knows he needs a faster solution. Now seated in a dimly lit room, he calmly decides it's time to secure a proper means of transportation. He materializes on a glowing teleportation circle as the system message welcomes him back into the divine game world. He surveys the area calmly and considers clearing out more silver and gold tier bosses still lurking within the ruins. Suddenly, a girl's voice reaches him with excitement. She claims to have good news and urgently calls out to him. She reports that Zio Hai found the entrance to a hidden tomb. However, a gold tier ghost is guarding it, and they can't defeat it on their own. Shadow is intrigued and wonders how she managed to discover the tomb's location. The girl explains that while returning to the starter town, they took a detour to avoid monsters. During the walk, they suddenly stumbled upon someone who had fallen into a pit. It turned out Zio Hai had accidentally stepped into the pit. After struggling to pull him out, they realized it was the entrance to a tomb. The area disrupted team chat and communication due to its special nature. As they ventured deeper, they encountered a level 12 gold tier boss with glowing red eyes. Fortunately, they managed to escape unharmed and have now returned to town. Shadow is shocked. He mutters that even a random step in the city ruins could lead to discovering a tomb. He acknowledges how rare such tombs are, comparable to divine blessings or cursed ruins, wild encounters that usually appear only by chance. Shadow accepts the coordinates and tells them to send the marker. The girl jokes that if he finds any loot he doesn't need, he better sell it to them. Shadow agrees, noting that she's quite clever. He arrives at the marked location and gazes at a large old well. Surprised that this is the tomb entrance, he finds it unbelievable someone could accidentally fall into something so obvious. He mocks the situation, wondering how Zio Hai managed to stumble into such a massive well. He quietly praises the woman for noticing something so obscure. Without hesitation, he leaps into the dark abyss below, beginning his descent into the mysterious tomb. He lands silently in the depths of the tomb. A system message flashes he has entered the grave of resentment, and all communication functions are now blocked. He moves cautiously through the dark corridor, pausing as two glowing red eyes appear in the shadows ahead. A massive figure steps forward, a grotesque level 12 gold tier ghost clad in a butcher's apron, radiating hostility. Shadow recognizes it immediately. Though he hadn't faced this boss in his past life, its brute appearance suggests it relies on powerful physical strikes and high offensive stats. As the ghost swings its cleaver, Shadow reflects on why the others fled in fear. The gear and skill books he bought from them clearly lacked defensive stats. One strike from this boss could easily have a health bar. Shadow dodges swiftly, realizing that if he gets hit even once, it would mean instant death. Activating graceful escape and his skill Shadow Slash, he delivers a rapid flurry of blue strikes, targeting weak points with lethal intent. Though the boss's defense is high, Shadow's throat slash lands cleanly, piercing its flesh. Despite the blow, the boss can't recover quickly enough to stop the bleeding damage from stacking. Just as Shadow prepares to reposition, the ghost boss suddenly lunges with its massive arm. He quickly summons a defensive skill to shield himself. The ground erupts as the boss's claw smashes down, sending debris and energy flying. The impact is devastating, shattering the earth around Shadow's last position. Shadow leaps back just in time, narrowly escaping the crushing blow. Shadow warns himself just in time the corpse is about to explode. Thanks to his passive skill Phantom Flicker, he narrowly avoids death. He recalls how, in his past life, some teams rushed to loot after defeating unfamiliar bosses only to be wiped out by post-death explosions. It was a brutal trap, usually seen with gold tier bosses and above. He activates Hand of Fate and absorbs the remaining essence. A system prompt shows he earned a rare skill book, points, and a gold tier armor drop. Not only did the kill drop a skill book and armor, but both are gear he can actually use, truly a perfect haul. He unlocks the skill Dark Knight Ring Blade, a gold tier assassin ability that deals dark elemental damage in an area around him. He notes that the skill scales with the spirit stat, making it perfect for him since his assassin class boosts spirit-based output more than strength. After evolving the skill to epic tier, its range extends from 5 meters to 12 meters, and damage increases from 500 to 1300 dark damage along with a short cooldown. Shadow evaluates calmly, while its damage doesn't match his Phantom Slash for single target burst. It's ideal for clearing out mobs efficiently. He compares Phantom Slash and Dark Knight Ring Blade. While Phantom Slash is a straight line skill, Ring Blade is circular, making it more effective when surrounded. He equips the new Golden Grade Wrath armor, which significantly boosts his defense, resistance, and HP, replacing his previous Ghostfire armor. He calculates the total haul over a dozen loot items, including one that grants him more than 10,000 days of lifespan. He enters the tomb, hoping to find better rewards inside. Ideally, he wishes for a mount to ease travel. A goblin charges fiercely with a weapon. The robed girls scream in terror as a glowing energy wave sweeps toward them. Moments later, they're seen kneeling in blue teleportation circles, indicating they've respawned after dying in the dungeon. A boy nearby screams in frustration and despair, unable to handle the repeated losses and failures. The boy grabs the girl by the collar and screams at her, blaming her for their team's constant failures and revealing he only has 2 years of life left. He shoves her forcefully to the ground, threatening to deal with her if he ever sees her again at school. The girl collapses while her friend rushes to comfort her. The boy turns his back and walks away coldly. Her friend suggests leaving the city to join a mutual aid group in a small town, one that supports beginners and non-gamers. But the girl glares with resentment, swearing revenge. The girl rejects her mother's advice to flee, declaring she'll stay and fight her own way, leaving her mother behind in shock. Later that night, she sits on a hotel bed, alone and dressed up, staring blankly as frustration and revenge burn within her. She texts someone, asking if they can help her level up. A man replies with a vulgar suggestion, proposing to help her if she sleeps with him. Disgusted, she snaps at the pervert, fuming with rage. The girl sends a flirty message to a boy, pretending she always liked him and only held back because of her brother. She now claims to be free to be with him. The boy laughs mockingly, clearly not buying her act. He sarcastically replies, implying she's using him now that she's cut ties with her brother. She tries messaging multiple guys, asking for help leveling up. But each one mocks her or talks down to her, exposing her reputation. Left alone on her bed, she curls up in despair. None of the men she counted on supported her. With only 2.5 years of lifespan left, she's lost and terrified. Alone and ashamed, she quietly whispers his name Kin Feng while curled up in bed, regret and sorrow etched across her face. She tries to convince herself that Kin Feng wouldn't abandon her. Believing he can fix everything, she resolves to seek him out. She arrives at his door late at night, hesitating as she stares at it, wondering what to say. Thinking he might forgive her if she apologizes, she tries to justify herself, but pride kicks in. Deep down, she still believes she did nothing wrong. She steels herself outside the door, convincing herself to act humble. If she plays along, she'll get what she wants, an upgrade, and later, she'll break ties on her terms. Blushing with false confidence, she knocks gently, thinking once she levels up, she won't need him anymore. For now, she pretends she's still his favorite. She repeatedly calls his name sweetly, knocking again and again, each time louder, trying to coax him to open the door. When the door stays shut, she finally loses it, furious. She kicks it hard and curses, revealing her true nature behind the sweet act. She enters the room confused, everything is gone. The bed, table, clothes vanished. There's no sign of him left. She dials his number, but only hears a cold automated response saying the phone is turned off. Still staring at the empty room, she murmurs his name and wonders aloud where he could have gone. Meanwhile, deep within the cursed tomb, a fierce battle rages. Blue energy blades slice through monsters as he fights alone in the dark. Shadow arrives at the end of the path and spots a large sealed sarcophagus. He explains that after killing over 200 monsters and several elite bosses, he's nearly reached level 12. Opening this will summon the final tomb boss, hopefully of platinum rank. One of the team members rushes forward to open the coffin, pushing with effort as creaking sounds echo in the air. Suddenly, dark energy bursts out violently. Dark tendrils burst violently from the sarcophagus, swirling with chaotic energy as he watches cautiously. A grotesque arm reaches out from the dark mass, dragging out the remains of the white-silver boss that was instantly annihilated. Shadow realizes the true threat, a golden tier boss called Death Mist, a formless entity immune to physical attacks. He curses his luck for triggering such a nightmare. He remembers this exact boss being released in his past life, where it rampaged straight to a nearby stronghold, causing massive destruction. The deadly black mist spreads across the city, engulfing unaware civilians who scream in agony as they fall, most having no idea what hit them. He realizes that unless someone has teammates to disperse the mist or special class abilities, anyone touched by it will surely die. But then, his eyes lock onto something, its true body. Shadow unleashes his skilled Dark Knight Ring blade, slicing directly into the swirling mass of darkness, aiming for the hidden core. At last, he spots it buried within the toxic mist. A grotesque parasitic core pulsates with eerie life. A strike tears through the parasitic core, cutting right into the hidden heart of the Black Mist boss. As the golden energy from his attack bursts forward, the boss lets out a final screech before collapsing. Shadow confirms it was a gold-tier boss, dangerous, but not unbeatable. He thinks back to how fortunate he was to have just learned Dark Knight Ring Blade, a magic-based skill perfect for handling this form-immune enemy. With the dungeon cleared, he activates Hand of Poverty, absorbing the loot. Though he hoped for a platinum tier reward, the golden tier drop still satisfies him. As the golden light fades, a rare item materializes in his hand, a mount summoning bell. Surprised and excited, he realizes he's actually obtained a rideable mount, something he had been hoping for all along. Shadow lifts his hand as a glowing rune ignites. He activates a summoning skill that conjures a powerful night shadow wolf as a mount. He remarks that Lin Liu was right about this being real. The night shadow wolf emerges with a fierce aura. Its stats and battle traits are displayed: enhanced movement speed, stealth ability, and devastating physical attacks. Shadow examines its abilities, noting its potential as both a mount and a combat companion. As the wolf bows respectfully, Shadow acknowledges its dual function as a ride and a battle pet. He's impressed to find it has a natural stealth ability as well, making this summon even more valuable. Mounted on the glowing wolf, Shadow leaps into the sky. The wolf charges upward with incredible speed, leaving behind a powerful surge of energy as they soar past the rooftops into the night. Shadow charges through the night, riding the night shadow wolf across rooftops at incredible speed. The city lights blur beneath him as he makes rapid progress toward his destination. He calculates his plan, first reaching level 15 quickly while conserving the wolf's stamina. Once dismounted, he'll be able to dive directly into dungeons and deal fatal blows without hesitation. He heads toward the Zhanghai Arena, a massive battleground with multiple underground layers. It's densely populated with monsters and offers rapid respawn cycles perfect for fast leveling. Shadow continues dashing across buildings. With determination in his eyes, he declares this place as the most suitable zone to quickly power up. A female warrior lands a decisive blow on the golden armored beast, striking with a blazing sword. She stands confidently over the defeated monster. Her teammates cheer, celebrating their victory. One of them calls her amazing and notes her overwhelming damage output. Another praises her hidden class, Dragon Swordsman, and is clearly infatuated, calling her the woman he's been looking for. He's revealed to be the spoiled son of Zhanghai's local bureau chief. Despite her strength, some team members belittle her achievement. They mock the idea of a lone assassin secretly defeating a boss. One even claims that with his background, winning her over would be effortless since she has no backing. The girl confronts the arrogant boy, sarcastically questioning if someone like him couldn't defeat a boss even more easily. He becomes defensive and accuses her of hiding her true capabilities. He criticizes the hidden class Shadow as morally corrupt and claims to know a demon hunting officer who ranks at level 3 in anti-Shadow authority. His words are filled with suspicion and bias. He then suggests the group uncover the Shadow user's real-world identity and control him, claiming people like that must only serve official use to be trusted. He warns that events like what happened with Zhanghai shouldn't be allowed to repeat. His speech leaves the group silent, but the girl casually brushes off his accusations with a confident laugh. The girl reminds Ma that they now need the Shadow user's cooperation, not the other way around. She stresses that if someone can solo global gold and platinum bosses, they must form an alliance with him. Others in the group agree, while Ma is frustrated and embarrassed. Furious, Ma refuses to accept the reasoning. He belittles Shadow, claiming he's just a sneaky assassin who can be easily controlled with higher authority. Ma throws a tantrum, outraged that someone without background dared to scold him. He vows to expose and capture Shadow, imagining himself as the hero forcing an apology in front of everyone. Meanwhile, another member casually discusses the loot dropped by the boss: gold and silver tier items. The girl starts to question how many bosses Shadow has actually defeated. His ability to casually obtain such high-tier loot amazes her. She even wonders if his real talent is treasure hunting, thinking maybe he's opening treasure boxes instead of just fighting. A young man hesitantly speaks to the team leader. While he agrees with her reasoning, he admits to having lingering doubts about Shadow's true character. He brings up a recent incident at the Jongnan Hotel, where an entire family from the Dongfang clan mysteriously disappeared during a gathering, implying Shadow might be involved. The woman considers the possibility. She questions whether they should really cover for Shadow if he turns out to be a ruthless serial killer, pointing out that they know nothing about his real personality yet. He calmly responds, acknowledging the case has caught serious attention and is rumored to involve Shadow. However, he emphasizes that there's currently no evidence directly linking Shadow to the incident. The girl smirks and states her stance clearly. Even if Shadow was behind the incident, she would still choose to cooperate with him. She adds that if no one else will protect his reputation, she'll personally do it, even if it means getting close just to defend him. Her squad mate is confused, but she brushes him off with a playful comment suggesting no one would pass up the chance to stick close to someone like Shadow. Suddenly, another team member rushes over, reporting a scene ahead. A nearby battleground is littered with corpses, with not a single monster left. He's shocked by the sheer power of the unknown group that cleared the area. Without hesitation, the team leader raises her fist and commands the group to move out. The team arrives at the battlefield and is stunned by the sheer number of glowing loot drops. They estimate that hundreds of monsters must have been defeated in this area alone. The leader is amazed, wondering what kind of team could be strong enough to wipe out so many enemies. She guesses it must have been the legendary Shadow and suggests they search around, maybe they'll spot him nearby. Ma jumps in, questioning why they're so sure Shadow was responsible. The girl calmly explains that Shadow ranks number 1 on the leaderboard. Since their official squad couldn't achieve this, he's the only logical candidate. Ma scoffs, insisting he could have done the same with enough time. Meanwhile, the team tries to appeal directly to Shadow, asking him to sell them any spare gear or skill books he doesn't need from the massive loot. Shadow arrives atop his glowing night shadow wolf, landing right in front of the team. His sudden appearance causes one of the soldiers to stumble back in shock. The startled man falls backward in fear. The leader is immediately captivated. She rushes forward with excitement, asking about the majestic mount, where he got it, and how it exists. Shadow responds calmly, saying he acquired the mount from a tomb using the coordinates they previously provided. A girl cheerfully thanks the wolf, calling it Zio Hai. Shadow, still seated on the night shadow wolf, offers the loot from the ground to the team. He casually proposes a trade, saying they can pack up and take whatever they want. Standard rules apply. The woman tries to remain polite and composed. She admits she can't object to the pricing, knowing Shadow has always been fair in deals. One member, filled with jealousy and resentment, clenches his fists in anger. Enraged at being overshadowed, he curses Shadow and swears revenge, shouting that he won't forget this humiliation. Shadow swiftly rides his night shadow wolf across city rooftops. The beast's powerful strides echo as they rush through the sky, heading toward a new target zone. Shadow checks his stats. His Shadow class has reached level 13. He has collected 255 evolution points and can now trade for 245 years of lifespan. His growth is accelerating rapidly. He obtains a golden grade skill, Silent Stealth. This ability allows him to remain completely hidden as long as he doesn't move or attack. If triggered during a surprise strike, it adds 300 points of bonus critical stealth damage. Excited, Shadow notes the skill can be evolved to epic levels. Once upgraded, it not only boosts his stealth, but lets him fully vanish in the real world by combining it with the game's stealth mode. He immediately uses 11 points to evolve it, boosting its damage to 800 and lowering cooldown time significantly. Shadow uses his evolution points to upgrade additional skills. His new abilities greatly enhance damage, survivability, and debuff resistance. He also upgrades a divine passive skill that allows him to deal critical hits to nearly any target. He reveals a Pendant Deceiver's Pendant Platinum, which boosts physical attack, strength, and constitution. Its unique trait increases his stealth level by 1, stacking with his current gear. Now equipped with 4 stealth-related items and an advanced necklace called Phantom Mask Gold, Shadow calculates that his evasion rate has soared to 83%. He confidently remarks that no one below his fusion level can detect him now. Suddenly, the ground shakes. A massive explosion erupts in the distance. Shadow halts midair. Shadow halts his wolf in the middle of the street as the ground continues to tremble. He turns toward the source of the disturbance. Giant flame bursts erupt from the rooftops. The entity fully reveals itself an enormous, chained mechanical woman with blades at her side and a ceremonial appearance. Shadow's eyes widen in shock as he recognizes the figure. "Steel Saintess," he mutters. He's baffled, wondering who could be reckless enough to summon such a high-tier boss. Shadow recalls the devastation caused by the Steel Saintess in his previous life. When she appeared in Zhonghai ruins, over 1,000 players attempted to stop her. By the end, there were more than 4,000 total deaths. He realizes she's the guardian of Zhonghai ruins' second largest cathedral. Her appearance means someone has triggered the guardian boss early, far ahead of schedule. Shadow was originally planning to challenge her after finishing other objectives. But since she's already been awakened, he decides to deal with her immediately. Without hesitation, he charges forward on his Night Shadow Wolf. Below, players are already engaging the towering boss, but her scythe is sweeping through the battlefield with terrifying force. The Steel Saintess's massive scythe strikes down violently, crushing several players instantly. One man yells in panic as others scream while being cut down by the wide swings. The survivors realize just how powerful the boss is. Someone shouts that it's too early to challenge her. Shadow watches from a distance and reflects that attempting to fight the Steel Saintess now is beyond reckless. A white tiger charges into the battlefield, carrying a warrior with glowing fists. Shadow immediately recognizes him. Chen Wuming, another powerful figure, has entered the fray. Shadow identifies the newcomer Chen Wuming, a hidden class player known as a Sanctuary Knight. In their previous life, the two fought evenly for 9 years without a clear winner. It's revealed that Chen's guild, Sanctuary of Knights, was the one that defeated the Steel Saintess in the last timeline. This sparked the legend of Western God and Eastern Sanctuary among players, as each guild ruled different halves of the Zhonghai ruins. However, the guild had a dark secret. While it ensured player safety through a contract, members had to pay a harsh 50% life tax. Most members were actually enslaved combatants captured by the guild. Shadow's eyes narrow. Now that Chen Wuming is here again, he mutters coldly, "Perfect timing. This time, you won't escape." The Steel Saintess looms ominously as players rush in from all sides to engage her. Among the chaos, Shadow slips silently through the battlefield and crouches directly in front of the boss. His eyes glow red as he activates one of his most devastating techniques, Dark Knight Spiral Blade. Blood energy swirls like a vortex, ripping through space and catching several players off guard. The system announces kill after kill. Multiple players are instantly eliminated by Shadow's strike. The screen floods with notifications. You have killed player X. Shadow's lethal ambush leaves no room for escape. Chen Wuming is caught off guard as 2 of his allies are instantly decapitated. Blood sprays through the air as their bodies collapse beside his white tiger. Stunned, he shouts in disbelief, demanding to know who did it. He suspects Shadow but questions why, since they've never had personal conflict. Suddenly, Shadow appears right behind him and whispers coldly, "Because I don't eat beef." Before Chen can react, Shadow activates his move Instant Shadow Slash in a blinding flash of blue energy. As the slash ends, Shadow calmly steps away, cloak fluttering in the wind, leaving only silence and scattered blood drops in his wake. The battlefield is stained with blood as Shadow activates a deadly curse called Blooming Death, covering the corpses with ominous red flowers and golden sparks. Suddenly, a resurrection circle shines beneath the fallen enemies, bringing them back to life. Chen Wuming clenches his fists in frustration, yelling at Shadow for dragging them into his revenge just because he doesn't eat beef. One of his men panics, shouting that his traded lifespan has dropped to 0. Chaos spreads as guild members argue, some wanting to regroup and retaliate, others calling it suicide. A girl suggests they leave the area and find another place to recover their lost life force. The girl cries in disbelief as her lifespan vanishes. She asks why Shadow targeted her. Her hands tremble, she's been drained down to almost nothing. A system prompt reveals, Curse of Blooming Death. Absorbed 4 days of tradable lifespan and 1 year of untradable lifespan from Xiao Yaoyu. Shadow confirms her identity among the group. Holding the red mist of stolen life, Shadow coldly states that she willingly became a slave under the Knights Guild for her own benefit and now pays the price. As a massive black scythe slashes down, the screen fills with the symbol for death. Steel Saintess swings his massive scythe again, slashing fiercely at Shadow in a burst of energy and speed. With swift movements, he dodges Steel Saintess attacks. He calmly notes that the first phase of this boss fight isn't difficult. The boss pauses in confusion as one of its attacks misses. The boss whirls its massive weapon around in wide arcs, creating a powerful centrifugal force. Shadow calmly observes that the boss keeps repeating the same spinning chain attack pattern. He prepares a counterattack, stating that the move is only useful for fixed point or area of effect strikes. He strikes from above with his skill, Blade of Plague, which detonates after 3 seconds to deal massive true damage, catching the boss off guard. The boss is caught in a barrage of glowing blue attacks. Numbers rain down rapidly, each strike dealing critical damage as the player unleashes a combo assault. With a swift motion, he lands a deadly blow aimed directly at the boss's throat, causing it to stagger violently. Blood bursts out as Shadow slices clean through the boss, leaving a deep, gushing wound across its chest. Despite the massive damage, the boss starts laughing menacingly. He explains that the reason this monster became a guardian is due to its terrifying second phase. As it activates its second form, dark energy erupts from its body. Any damage dealt to it now reflects back on the attacker, making every move a deadly risk. Legends say that inside the demon's stomach is a teleportation gate. Those swallowed are sent to an unknown place, rumored to be the depths of a volcano. However, no one has ever returned. He suspects someone foolishly merged a game mechanic into this reality.
This is the end of the video. If you guys want to see the next part, then don't forget to subscribe and like the video.